Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to this ESPON Territorial Research Conference on new research avenues for territorial development and cohesion in Europe. My name is Gavin Daly. I'm a research and policy manager at the ESPON EGTC, and I have the pleasure in introducing this event to you this morning and moderating this first panel discussion. ESPON is an EU-funded programme that bridges research and policy. We provide territorial analysis, data and maps to support EU development policies with facts and evidence. In our work, we help public authorities to benchmark their region or city, identify new challenges and potentials, and shape successful development policies for the future. This ESPON Territorial Research Conference aims to investigate new research avenues for territorial development and cohesion in Europe in the context of current global developments. It is about exploring new methods, new approaches, and innovative ideas to support territorial development and cohesion. And that's why we are here today. Our discussion will be structured around 4 sessions. New innovative approaches are sometimes facing skepticism and distrust from policymakers and citizens. In this first session, Navigating Distrust and Reinforcing Expertise, we will discuss the challenges of political distrust and the critical role of evidence-based governance in combating regional inequalities. We will explore innovative approaches to bridge the gap between territorial research and policymaking until around 11 a.m. Then in the following 3 sessions, researchers will present and discuss new ideas, evidence and research avenues that have not yet been addressed within the ESPON 2030 programme. At around 11:15, session 2, AI for Territorial Futures, Scientific Innovation and Policy Intelligence in European Spatial Planning will start. It will bring to the forefront how artificial intelligence, computational methods are redefining the practice of territorial governance in Europe. We'll then have a break for lunch, and in the afternoon we will start at 2 p.m. with session 3, Revitalising Europe's Economic Base, New Spatial Frameworks for Competitive and Cohesive Territories. This session will explore how regions, especially less developed and structurally vulnerable ones, can rebuild and realign their economic bases in the face of transition challenges. Then at 3:30, the final session 4, Making the Invisible Visible, Next-Gen Approaches to Inequality Mapping, will start. It brings together innovative approaches to mapping, understanding territorial inequalities in Europe. The presentations will show approaches moving beyond traditional indicators to reveal hidden territorial patterns. And then we'll finish at around 4:45. So this event is not just another discussion. It's a dynamic talk show style event designed to foster real engagement. So we would like to engage not only those in the room, but also you, the remote audience. We want to hear your thoughts, involve you in the conversation and answer your questions. So during the sessions, you will be able to take part in polls and send your questions and comments via Slido. You can do that by either accessing the QR code, which is on the screen right now, or by going simply to your browser and typing sli.do and entering the code #ESPON. So, when looking at very recent policy discussions, an increasing distrust in scientific evidence-based policy making can be observed. Scientific research results are often questioned by citizens and politicians. The man-made influence on climate change is just one example. Measures to fight the recent coronavirus pandemic are another. So we wanted to explore which challenges rooted in political distrust and the declining role of expertise in policy making are we facing today. Scientific analyses show that regional inequalities can result in political discontent and distrust. Regional disparities really matter. So how can evidence-based governance contribute to reducing these perceived regional imbalances? We need strategies to strengthen trust in science and enhance its impact on decision-making at EU, national and local levels. But how can we bridge the gap between territorial research and policy making? So in this first session of the conference, Navigating Distrust and Reinforcing Expertise, we will discuss these very questions with selected experts. And we are happy to have a panel of very interesting and distinguished participants here today. So first, I'd like to introduce our 3 speakers for this panel session. Professor Hans Westland is a professor in urban and regional studies at the KTH Royal Institute of Technology, Stockholm. Professor in entrepreneurship at the Jönköping University, Sweden. Affiliated professor at the Institute of Development and Strategic Analysis, Ljubljana, Slovenia. And visiting professor at the Tianjin University, China. He is a fellow of the Western Regional Science Association, Between 2019 and 2021, he was member of the Swedish Prime Minister's National Innovation Council, and in 2023 and 2024, he was president of the Regional Science Association International. His work reflects on international as well as European developments relating to trust in policymaking. So welcome, Hans. Sébastien Bourdon is Professor of Economic Geography and Environmental Management at EM Normandy Business School in France. Sébastien is also the chairperson of the European Chair of Excellence on Circular Economy and Territories. His expertise lies in regional development, ecological transition and environmental management. He also is a specialist in European issues, including cohesion policy and public policy evaluation. In his research, he combines quantitative methods such as spatial econometrics and modelling with qualitative methods to offer a comprehensive perspective. Alexandra Olahus-Szabo is a policy analyst at the European Joint Research Centre, focusing on evidence-informed policymaking and capacity building in governance. She has played a role in advancing EU policies on innovation, regional development and cohesion, and smart specialisation strategies. Her career spans programme policy management roles in the European Parliament and in different Director Generals of the European Commission, with a focus on research, innovation, policy, competitiveness programmes and regional development. She holds an MSc in Management and International Economics from the Corvinus University of Budapest. And lastly, and by no means least, I'd like to introduce Francesco Melica, our observer and commentator of the session. Francesco is a director of EUREDA, the European Association of Development Agencies, and a doctoral researcher in economics at the University Libre de Bruxelles. Previously, he worked as an economic and policy analyst at the European Commission's Joint Research Centre, where he researched on regional innovation policies. He also served as director for the EU budget and regional policy at the Conference of Peripheral Maritime Regions. He is the author of various policy academic papers on regional science, innovation policies and EU studies. As an experienced policy advisor, he will bring in the policy development view. So, without further ado, let's start the discussion, and let's commence with the challenge science and policy making is facing. So first, we will look at the root causes of political distrust and skepticism towards scientific expertise. And the very first question I'd like to pose to you, our audience, is, from your point of view, what are the reasons for the rise of political discontent and distrust towards scientific expertise, as well as policy decisions in Europe? Please share with your thoughts using Slido. As I mentioned, you can do that either by accessing Slido via the QR code, which is on the screen right now, or by going to sli.do on your browser and entering the code word hashtag ESPON. We will collect your ideas and hopefully pick them up during the discussion. So maybe I'll turn to Professor Weston first. He has analysed current international developments challenging trust in policy making. Current global economic and social developments are playing an important role. Professor Weston can draw a line from these recent international developments to the local level. So Hans, from your point of view, how can you explain the political discontent and distrust towards scientific expertise as well, and policy decisions? And are these differences in trust in scientific evidence between local, national and EU level policy making? How are they manifesting?
Well, I think it's necessary to start with a broader perspective and a more long-term perspective, because these are long-term processes that we cannot really solve with a quick fix. About 40, 50 years ago, the knowledge economy had its breakthrough. ICT became the important thing. And this turnaround of the economy after the industrial economy made it, some people very rich, but most people did not gain so much from it. So this has created winners and losers at various spatial levels, at the individual levels, in districts and places and regions. And many people and places have been left over. And leftover people, they lose their trust in what we can call authorities or the establishment, that is politicians, officials, business leaders, but also professors and researchers. And universities are considered as a part of the establishment. then, let's say, we have populist politicians make use of this distrust in the establishment. Just look at what President Nixon said, say, 50, 60 years ago. This could also have been said by the current president in the US. So the professors are enemies of these populists because professors most often base what they say on science. This distrust in authorities and the establishment, we can call it's an expression of the zeitgeist. That is, one expression we can say is grab what you can, otherwise someone else will do it. And certain individuals seem to consider themselves also to stand above the law. For example, in Sweden we have a minister that some years ago was sentenced for defamation. Yeah, she confessed and so on, but later on she said, no, I think I was right anyhow. And when politicians behave badly, why should not everyone be able to behave badly? So this, I think, is a real problem. Distrust in research is a part of the general distrust. And probably also the growing distrust among people. And therefore, I would say that restoring trust in research, isolated from other components of society, is very difficult. But of course, we must do what we can. I think we can discuss the case of distrust in research in several sources, I would say. Because on the one hand, we have that politicians deny research results and say that, no, it isn't like that. That's just an opinion. I can take another example, Swedish example. It's about 10 years ago that one of the measures that the government at that time had against youth unemployment was that the employers did not have to pay the employer's fee for people under a certain age. The Institute for Labor Market Research in Uppsala, Sweden, evaluated this reform and found that it had, in principle, no effects. And when journalists asked the minister in charge for this, she said, oh, no, it can't be like that. I've met several employers and they have employed young people and so on. So lift up individual examples and deny the results of scientific research. That's one thing. Another problem is that journalism simplifies and distort research results. Nowadays we can say that the click is much more important than the content. And it is a sort of built-in journalism that it should be a bit spectacular, so they lift up and facilitate research results. Then we come to the third problem, which is quite natural, that researchers present divergent results. That's what we do the whole time. We look at what others have done, we investigate and find maybe it should be modified and so on. Journalists help to make this a bit more simple. So one day you can read in papers, a glass of wine each day is good for your health. Next day you can read, oh no, research said you shouldn't really drink any alcohol at all. Yeah, what should people believe, really? Then we also have the problem that certain researchers act as politicians. They act more from an ideological perspective, but present it as facts. And here, well, I could say at least economists are quite good in that way. Not every economist, of course, but some, definitely, in their belief that the market is the only thing that should make things work. This have been so for a long time that, for example, unemployment was blamed that people demanded too high wages. But that is, of course, not the only problem. Keynes showed that 80, 90 years ago. Then, still another problem is that researchers present research results whose consequences threaten people's living standards. For example, now fighting against global warmings is met by higher taxes, also recommended by economists, on higher taxes on transportation, fuel, and so on, which make it more difficult for people to commute and to keep their living standards. So the solution, is there any solution to this? Well, maybe, I don't know if I have, yeah, these are the quarreling researchers. Well, I would say that we should be perhaps a bit more humble, say admit or stress that social science is no absolute science. It develops and we find new solutions, new truths. And this is absolutely necessary to say that we don't have the big truth. Then, yeah, we should do what we can to enlighten the establishment, politicians and so on. We must not stop and say that they don't listen. We must force them to listen. A third thing that would be very good if we could enlighten the populists. That we can ask, is that even possible? I don't know, maybe some of them. But most of all, patience. Patience, patience is necessary. This is a match with many rounds, and we won't win the first round, but in the end, I think there is some hope anyhow. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I share some of your skepticism of our economics colleagues. And maybe I'll turn to you, Francesco, in terms of when you listen to what Hans just discussed, I mean, how are politicians feeling when they're confronted with this general distrust in their daily work? And how does it affect what they do?
Yeah, I guess nowadays policymakers and decision makers, they have very often the feeling that they have limited impact, that their actions have limited impact on this trust toward institutions, toward research. And the reason, I think there are essentially two reasons why. The first one is that this distrust, I mean the root causes of this distrust pertain to a number of areas that not necessarily and not entirely fall under the remit and the powers of a specific policymaker, right? So in order to address these root causes, one would need a great deal of cooperation across organizations, across levels of government, which is not a given, definitely. And the second reason is that, as it was said, these causes, I mean, the policies that are designed to address these causes, they take time in order to generate benefits, right? It's a medium to long-term process. And this clashes, definitely, with political cycles, at least in Europe, and it clashes with the fact that people have more and more short-term expectations because of the zeitgeist, indeed. So it's a very complex, indeed situation, but I would like to end this short intervention with an optimistic note. When you look at the fact that local politicians, local policymakers are very much trusted by local communities because every survey, every poll tells us that. I feel optimistic in that I think that there's a way in that, I mean, local policymakers can communicate and liaise with local communities in such a way to at least reduce and lower the distrust toward institutions and research. And we have some very good examples of that across Europe and across the many various territories of Europe.
Sure. Sometimes I feel that many politicians accept the confirmation bias insofar they accept the evidence which suits their preordained ideological position rather than the actual neutral evidence. But maybe we'll move on to our next speaker, Sebastian. Research hypotheses have showed that certain influence or distrust and political discontent has researched the behavioural political economy of place-based policies. It came up with the acronym NIME, which I'm really looking forward to hearing about. Not in my electoral year, which I assume is a play on the word NIMBY, not in my backyard, or YIMBY, yes, in my backyard. And I'll explain that in a moment. I'm interested in hearing about that. He also says that scientists often remain disconnected from political realities, which I think is true. We often live in ivory towers. So maybe, Sebastian, from your point of view, what role do regional disparities play in this regard, which is critical for ESPON and our work that we do? And what can researchers do to bridge the gap between science and politics? Thanks.
What we can first say is that distrust is not only citizen-driven. It involves elected officials too. And local policymakers often reject scientific findings when this threatens short-term political gains. So this is an aspect that has been overlooked so far, and we need to consider it. And there is an annual survey in France asking the French citizens about the ecological transition, about their behaviors regarding ecological transition. And there is a question about, do you trust science regarding the climate change evidence? And when you look at the results, it's crystal clear that the people that are living in territories where there is economic decline or where there is structural weaknesses, it definitely sharp sensitivity to political behavior rejecting science findings. And I have many examples about this issue. In this recent paper, I tried to analyze why some elected officials are trying to push place-based policies on the ecological transition while others are not. And what we can say is that it is a real complex situation where there are many pressures from everywhere coming from the parties, coming from the wing to the right parties or the left parties. It comes from also the pressure from the citizens, and it brings me to the second slide about the not in my electoral year effect. I use this term to reflect on the hidden political bias against science-based policies evidence during election cycles. I have many examples. I have been working for many years on social acceptance of renewable energies. And most of the time, at the very beginning, the local elected official, the mayor, is pushing for the energy transition and is saying, we need the energy transition at the local scale. And is planning to install some wind turbines or biogas unit on its territory. And is relying on science to justify the fact that we need renewable energies at the local scale. And then, when you see that there is a local association of inhabitants saying that we don't want these wind turbines in our territory, and so on and so forth, then, finally, the mayor is saying, oh, okay, I understand your point, and yes, maybe the science is not so evident, and so on and so forth. So at the end, yes, most of the time they are relying on this not in my electoral effect. And the consequence of this NIMBY effect is that green transition and place-based policies reforms are postponed, regardless of evidence. And there is also another example in France recently. It was on Monday. The government announced that they will stop the low carbon emission zones, which is quite surprising regarding the scientific evidence about the positive impact of low carbon zones on on the carbon emission. So we can see here that it's also not in my electoral year effect. The presidential elections will come very soon, let's say. Yes, this is really important to address this. So what I think is that researchers must recognize that timing, political calendars, electoral incentive shape for sure the policy receptiveness to the scientific discourse. And yes, this is a point that we need to pay attention. Another important aspect, so we did a recent study with Francesco Molica and Annabella Santos about the green discontent. And some of the citizens in Europe are saying we are doing too much for the planet, and others are saying we are not doing enough for the planet. And there is here an ambivalence that creates confusion and weakens the science legitimacy. Because, of course, if you look at the discourse of those that are saying we are doing too much or those that are saying we are not doing enough, are relying on scientific evidence. And when science supports both regulation and restraints, for example, it is seen as ideologically manipulated, and in France it's crystal clear. Most of the time, the extreme right parties are saying that the science is manipulating the people and so on, and we should not trust the science systematically. And if we take the example of Trump, let's say that it's quite important to think that we have a world leader here. He has a lot of followers on Twitter and other social media. And on his social media, he's saying that climate change is not existing. Or recently he said that climate change has been invented by Chinese. So, but the thing is that at the end, there are local elected officials, and also citizens that are believing him. So we need also to change this angle and this point of view, and as researchers try to be more embedded in the way we are explaining the results of our finding. And what I really want to say is that we need to adapt the messages to local political cultures and institutional settings. We need to adapt the discourse to our audience to embark it, otherwise it doesn't function really well. And finally, what I can also say is that scientists can be really seen as territorial mediators. And I have a lot of examples around the table. We all have already been involved in Horizon Europe projects or Interreg projects. And in this type of project, collectively, we are designing political decisions within living labs, for example. And in these living labs, we are gathering all together the researchers, the local authorities, the citizens, plus the firms, the companies, and so on. And we are trying to push a collective local strategy. And I think that in this sense, stakeholders' engagement builds credibility and ownership when it's co-design.
Yeah, I think much of your work will be backed up by the work by Andres Rodriguez Pose and similar type of the importance of territorial patterns and cohesion in scientific distrust. So maybe I'll turn again to you, Francesco, in terms of how far do you think that territorial patterns are relevant in this whole debate around political distrust in science?
They are very relevant, they are very important as determinants of distrust towards science and toward institutions at large. At least in Europe, but not only in Europe, I would say. And it's important to stress that 15 to 20 years ago, we couldn't have had this conversation because they were very neglected, these territorial patterns in terms of the literature looking into the influence of territorial patterns on political distrust, on political discontent is relatively recent, right? So I'm glad that today we can discuss finally about it. But of course, these are not the only factors at play. There are factors that are more macro, at domestic, national, or even supranational level, right? Think of the role of media or social media in particular. Think of cultural values, for instance. And there are factors that are more micro. Think of cognitive factors, psychological factors, and behavioral factors. And the research of the work of Sebastian also has looked into it. So I think it is a matter of looking into how these three dimensions interact one with the other, to have a fairly comprehensive overview of how different factors influence indeed the distrust over science.
I think it's interesting insofar as we often think about territorial inequalities and political distrust in the context of right populism, but I'm not sure how far territorial inequalities affect left populism. But that's something. But maybe we'll come back to that at the end. Maybe I'll turn to you, Alexandra, next. So as a policy advisor at the Joint Research Centre, your work in the fields of evidence-informed policymaking, you know about the relationship between science and policymaking, and any thoughts on how to bridge that gap? So where do you see the main issues are in terms of how policymakers and scientists can bridge this gap between evidence-informed policymaking and political distrust? And how can researchers highlight the policy relevance of their research, particularly in the work that maybe like ESPON does, and particularly what we try to do is try to bridge that gap. So maybe you could enlighten us on some ideas. It's a very difficult thing to do.
Thank you, Gavin, and thank you, colleagues. I think we all agree in the basis that we have a problem with trust between policymaking and scientists in the world, and it's a growing problem. But let me start by widening this scope a bit, because when people stop trusting science, they don't really stop trusting knowledge, in my view, but they stop trusting the notion and the feeling that their needs, their struggles are reflected in this knowledge. So we have to take into account that it's not against knowledge, this distrust always, but it is stemming from the fact that they don't feel themselves being the story. So I'm coming from the Joint Research Centre, as you just said, and which is a very unique institution because we are the science base for the Commission, and we are embedded in the policymaking cycle in different stages of the European policymaking procedure. We anticipate with trends, foresight, we integrate and impact the policymaking cycle, but we have a very, so to say, privileged position because we were established for that. But when it comes to our lives are governed by laws, and laws are made by politicians. And politicians also are in a difficult position that they need to look for information and sources. And they also have to pose the question that who can they trust as well? And trust in governments is in linear correlation. We can see from the, I'm sorry, I forgot to bring the slides. Yes, I changed the slides. You can see it in the OECD survey that people think that when governments are using evidence, then their decisions are more trusted. Then there is a linear correlation between the two. But trust in science and political institutions are declining in Europe, that we cannot deny. And also lagging regions are even more left behind. They feel more being out of the discourse. And but we have to also take into account that the local actors are not only, so to say, role players and users of the laws, but they are also the co-creators. So we and you in ESPON, with the regional discourse and regional data, you have to help to co-create from local level the decision making. But the good news is that the Eurobarometer, if I'm not mistaken, by 65% or 68% says that people think that scientists should engage with politicians. So people don't think that science and policy making are two different words, but they are striving for putting more evidence in political decisions. And why evidence matters? Because evidence is that provides the best available picture of reality, and also people, citizens, feel it very much. We agree, I think, all of us, that evidence matters, but it's very crucial that who and how are using this evidence. The who, when it comes to the who, it's important to see that we are talking about an ecosystem. We are not only talking about the demand and the supply side of evidence. We are not only talking about separate groups of role players, politicians, policymakers, separately from science from them. But we are also talking about an ecosystem, and all the role players who are related to evidence, who are using evidence, who are producing evidence, who are translating evidence, they all need to be part of the policymaking cycle. That's why the evidence-informed policymaking is a product of an entire ecosystem, and we like to use better the notion of evidence-informed policymaking than evidence-based policymaking, because that gives the notion that along the whole policymaking cycle, evidence is channeled. So it's not only that we are underlining political decisions with reliable facts or with necessary facts sometimes, but also that in each and every section of the policymaking cycle, evidence is present. But how do we do this? How do the actors act together? With the GRC in the last 2 years, we conducted a project with 7 member states, a multi-country project, when we were looking at the foundations of a well-functioning EIPM ecosystem. It was not a consultation exercise or a research as such only, but we really mapped the, so to say, the power dynamics of evidence, that where are those points in the policymaking cycle where evidence matters, how are they used, how do the actors of the EIPM, as we call it, evidence-informed policymaking ecosystem, works together. So we created difficult conversations between scientists. We put them, scientists and policymakers, we put them in sometimes unusual discourse, but we made sure that they are all heard and connected, and they talk to each other. It sounds banal, but in the countries with which we were working together, stemming from Western Europe to Eastern Europe, a lot of players didn't know each other. Not only that they didn't know each other, but they didn't have the everyday manner or habit to talk to each other. So sometimes when politicians were looking for evidence, they didn't know where to stand, and the scientists were not embedded enough in the policymaking cycle that at the right time, the right evidence would be for the disposal of politicians. We also made a systemic multi-level analysis at individual, organizational, and system level. We mapped that who are the ecosystem role players, how are they connected to different institutions, how these institutions are working together, and how does the ecosystem level has a well-functioning nature. What were the learnings of this project? What is very important, and I think I said it already at least 10 times on purpose, that the ecosystem approach matters the most. Because we cannot look at two individuals, we cannot look at two different parts of the decision-making cycle, but we have to make sure that this all works together very well. So coordination, leadership, incentives in both sides are very important. Scientists need to be incentivized to channel their opinion to policymakers, which is not always the case in all the countries, and policymakers need to be opened for from the very beginning of posing the question until the evaluation of the impacts of the decision making. What is also very important that we have to share a language, which is also sounds a bit banal, but scientists and policymakers are not always using the same words, are not always having the same notion, not always having the same understanding of different issues. What is also very interesting and important learning is that the dynamics of the science for policy ecosystem, the evidence-informed policy-making ecosystem, that there are current needs and there are future improvements and the possibilities of future improvements, and we have to find a way how to get there. Also that member states face very similar challenges. They have similar actors in the ecosystem. They have similar problems, but their evidence-informed policy-making ecosystem is at a different level of development. So they don't, if we propose a solution which works very well in the UK, we didn't work with the UK, but it is a good example usually because they have a good system for informing policy decisions. It doesn't necessarily work in the Baltic states or in the Mediterranean countries, depending on their science for policy capacity, how much they can absorb, and also there are different problems of coordination. So the place-based approach and the tailor-made approach to local differences is very important. The communication and the maintained dialogue between policymakers and scientists is key. That's also a big learning, which sounds evident, but if it is not maintained, then there is no information flow that feeds into evidence and policy making. Also, the trust emerges from relationship and not only better evidence. So it's not enough if we have the key to the best solution, but I also have to have a relationship, a trusted relationship with the policymakers in order to channel the scientist opinion. And regional and local engagement increases further trust, because then from the citizens up till the decision makers, everybody feels heard. Because we were talking about researchers, and your question was also focusing more on researchers. What can researchers do to channel their evidence? That is my last slide, if I see that. We have some tips and tricks to researchers. I hope you can use it very wisely in the future. That is very important for scientists that first they need to understand the policy making. They need to understand the policy making cycle. They need to know that their evidence, the scientific evidence, can be channeled at which point of the policy making cycle. Also that they need to question the question. We shouldn't, as scientists, assume that we know that what we are doing and the question is perfect. We have to challenge how is the question posed by the policymakers. So to start with. Scientists also need to team up, widen the network, not only using the usual input or not only channeling evidence when they are asked to channel the evidence, but they have to have a living network which is channeling evidence into policy making. Also, scientific evidence needs to be contextualized so that policymakers can rely with it, can understand it better. Scientists need to provide options in order to have a better understanding, and also to open different avenues to policymakers. And thank you, Professor already mentioned that scientists need to be aware of the values that they are for, and also their bias, and distinguish values from facts, and communicate it accordingly. So in a nutshell, what I can say for scientists, that science needs to shape the question, not only answer it, and we shouldn't forget that evidence is not an opinion, but it is a basis for a future. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I think looking at one of your graphs there, I think one of the challenges we also face is the complexity. There's so much complex research happening in institutions, European institutions across Europe, breaking that down, but also the language, the methods we use, and how we break that down into local and regional decisions is key. But maybe I'll turn back to you, Francesco, in terms of what do you think that scientists and policymakers can use and to make better policy decisions, and what do they expect from scientists? How can they really get this information down to actual concrete results on the ground?
I think one key point raised by Alexandra is how you use science in policy making, how sciences feed into policy making. And my experience, both as a policy advisor and researcher, often sitting in between, right, these two different worlds, is that policymakers may tend sometimes to, as you said rightfully, to use evidence to justify pre-cooked decisions or pre-ordered decisions, right? And we should, as much as possible, avoid this. So many policymakers, they make decisions and then look for evidence to justify or corroborate it. And I think it is important that we, as much as possible, avoid this tendency to cherry pick science. And that's why I would champion also a different idea. We tend to use the term evidence-based policy to say that policymaking should be grounded in science. I think we need to use a different term, evidence-influenced policy, meaning that science is there to influence policymaking, not to cover or not to justify it. And this is a difference that, this is a nuance that it is in any case, however, quite important in my opinion, and I think we need still to, there's still some work to do on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, indeed. I think I was listening to a debate recently on the housing crisis in my own country, Ireland, and there was a graph presented which showed certain evidence, and the politician just refused to believe the graph. The graph was wrong rather than, than the perspective. So, I mean, maybe we can just turn to Slido. I'm not sure if we've got any interesting comments in from Slido, but in the meantime, maybe one of the things that ESPON is really focused on is governance mechanisms and how we embed better governance mechanisms that can allow better trust in policy making. So improving local and regional governance to do that. So I'm not sure if maybe Hans, you have any insights on what we can do to improve kind of governance, the type of decision making, the structures that would allow for better embeddedness of scientific research into policy, to allow for a more maybe enlightened policy domain. I'm not sure if you've any reflection on that. I know it's a very difficult question to answer.
Well, I mean, it has already been up here that at the local level we probably can do more. We could be more active in the sort of public debate, but then underscore that this is not the absolute truth, but still try to come up with evidence and facts and research results, and say that if you want to achieve a political goal, then this might be the right way to go, and this might not be the right way to go. So I think in particular social scientists in all the various disciplines could be more seen in the public debate, but in the right way, not in the way that we are always right, because we're not.
I mean, actually, one of the comments that's coming up on Slido from a number of interventions was, we haven't touched on it in this conversation, is the role of business and money and global business and lobbying in sowing distrust amongst policy making and for scientific research. I mean, maybe in the context of governance, I'm not sure how we address that thorny issue. Any input?
It's not an easy issue because we know that the global the businesses are also interested in the scientific expertise, and the position here of the researcher is not so easy because they have been funded by private funds, but they need to rely on their findings and their, let's say, autonomy and so on. And most of the time we can see, and especially for climate change evidence, that when you are funded by the private sector, it has obviously consequences on the way we are conducting the research And of course, the evidence can be like private-driven, which is not obviously what is expected from a researcher, but we also see this type of commitment by the researcher. So yeah.
Do you have any insights on that?
Interest will always be there in the decision-making procedures. It's a human nature that everybody has an interest, that they try to push forward, both scientists, policymakers, everybody in between. That's why it's important to diversify the evidence that we are using. There are different types of evidence. There are not only scientific evidence, but there is data evidence. There are also the citizens' voice. We have to listen to more people, and we have to synthesize. That's why it's very important. And I also wanted to mention that the interlocutors in between scientists and policymakers, the knowledge brokers, they also have a very important role, because they are translating evidence, let it be scientific or whatever other type of evidence, to shape policy decisions. And if I may also reflect just in one sentence, I think science shouldn't influence only decision makers, but science needs to inform the policymakers, because at various stages it is not enough if I am influencing from various interests, but it needs to be for the disposal of decision makers to be inform them at any stage of the discourse.
That's interesting. You mentioned interlocutors. I mean, one of the things that's come up on Slido as well from some of the users is the important role of journalists in translating complex scientific knowledge from the world of science and theory down to into the local citizens, the vocabulary that people use on the ground. I'm not sure, Francesco, if you have any comments on how the role of journalists, because we also see that journalists also often are not ideologically neutral in how they present information, and they also often have a certain, and depending on who their paymasters are and what their role is. So maybe how do journalists function in all this, and how can maybe ESPON use more journalistic avenues to try and get that evidence across into policymaking?
I think journalists indeed are not neutral. They tend to cherry pick all too often, unfortunately, scientific information, right? And there's a risk that if they since they need to put scientific evidence findings into a plain language, there's a risk of simplification or oversimplification that kind of also may fuel in the public opinion misjudgment towards science or perceptions that not necessarily correspond to the reality. What we can do about it, what ESPON can do about it, that's a very difficult and complex question. I think journalists definitely need to be trained on how to read through scientific evidence. And they need to understand that, as was well put by Professor Wendt, the scientific world has different views, that there are discussions, that social sciences, and not only social sciences, are not exact sciences, right? Whereas I have the impression that the media coverage of scientific evidence, of scientific works, is often put as if that specific work is something that is very precise and everyone has to agree on it. So I think there's a lot of work to do in this respect.
Yeah. And I think also that a lot of the work that we do is quite technical and complex, but it's really important, and it's often not a sellable news story, that the type of work that we do, given the fact that it's so important to, especially in the work that you've done, Sebastian, in terms of the populist backlash against kind of system, the overall system. I'm not sure if in your work that you come across any particular areas or regions which are doing better. Is there a particular governance mechanism in particular regions which are doing better? Is there efforts within the regions whereby there's a lot of political distrust of the mainstream effectively? Is there places which are doing better or trying to combat this distrust?
I would say that there are some regions in Europe that are doing well because they created like intermediary bodies as key enablers of the translation of the scientific expertise into policy dialogue and citizenship dialogue. And such type of organizations that are translating evidence into actionable policy options are very important. And from this point of view, in Normandy, there is an assembly where there are researchers and also citizens, representatives of NGOs and so on, and it's functioning well. And this organization is consulted by the president of the region. So I think it's a well-designed governance. But the key aspect here is that the trust and the neutrality of this organization is really important. And relying on this, I think that ESPON is also playing a role as an intermediary bodies to translate research findings into policy making. Yeah.
I think the root cause of all this, from my perspective, is inequality, ultimately, is at the root cause of this. And actually some people now look at science as being used as a tool of political oppression, effectively, climate change policies, transition policies, etc. And it seems like something that's come up on Slido is the fact that some people feel that science has been used as a political tool. I'm not sure in the JRC, did you identify any good practices? Is there anything that ESPON could learn from different places in Europe which are doing a better job, especially in places which are so-called the places that have been forgotten places or left behind places, where there's real intervention to try and address this? Or ultimately is it just economic inequality which is at the root cause of this, and it's very difficult to turn around? I know it's a very difficult question to answer.
It's a complex one,
completely, yeah.
But integration of science into policy making, it doesn't mean that we are annexing science to the decisions and labeling the decisions based on science. But it is more important that how decisions are made. We have to change the mechanism how decisions are made, and we need to embed, as I said, in the policy making cycle everywhere scientific evidence. You just mentioned before that intermediaries are also very important, and the best examples that we found in Europe are those countries where the intermediaries, knowledge brokers, who are translating scientific evidence to policymaking and who are translating the policymaking questions to scientists and keeping the dialogue live, are having a very important role. In some countries, like Estonia, there is a science advisors networks who are embedded in the policy-making cycle, which works well, but also needs a lot of coordination, leadership, and political will. Analytical units linked to the government, for example, in the Czech Republic, are ready to translate scientific evidence, other types of evidence, to decision makings. So the mechanisms work best when science shapes the question, not only answers to it, and when there is a living ecosystem that has a constant dialogue between scientists and policymakers, and there is an interlocutor group in the middle who is translating it.
Yeah. Can I also add that I think it's very important that we take the debate and that we are not hiding behind our desks and our screens. Some years ago, I published with a colleague an article about the effect of wind turbines on real estate values and so on. And this was a hotter topic than I had expected, of course, because many of those opposing wind power, they use this as an example, but also people on the other side were calling me and saying, this can't be true, and so on. And I remember in particular one person, he was quite aggressive in the beginning, but we had several long telephone conversations, and in the end, we agreed that, yeah, okay, this is how it is. I had explained everything, how we had calculated and so on. But had I just said that this cuckoo, I don't want to have anything to do with him, then of course this hadn't happened.
But sometimes I think that if as a scientist, if you're too out there in the media, you become a public intellectual, and sometimes people accuse you of being too far away from the science and too much involved in politics. So I think it's a difficult, tricky balancing act for many scientists to do, because sometimes they feel like they're too engaged in policy discussions, and they need to stick with the science effectively. And sometimes they're told that they need to stick with the science. I'm not sure, Francesco, do you have any view on that, or any comment on that? How far scientists should get involved in day-to-day policy and political debates and discussions? Where does the balance lie?
It's difficult to say. I mean, I think they need to be out there because they definitely also may be more trusted than policymakers in some respect, especially in some context. But there's a risk that then if the overexposure might indeed backlash not only on the researchers but also on policymakers that are indeed relying on what researchers say. And there's another thing that applies to how media cover the work of researchers and how science is also used by policymakers at large. Sometimes science might convey inconvenient truths, right? And also might feed into policies that are unpopular. Think of the effects of climate policies on some social groups, right? That might be affected more than others without compensatory measures. And there we would face a paradox whereby in the end, science, I mean, a stronger embedding of science into policymaking and a stronger link between science and policymakers would indeed reinforce the distrust in science rather than the other way around. So we need to be very careful here. And that also applies to how researchers deal with media coverage.
I'm mixing some of the Slido questions with some of the questions that I have here in front of me, but I think one of the things that's coming across on the Slido is, and maybe Sebastian, your best place to speak to this, is a lot of this kind of distrust is driven by fear of the future, because the scale of transition that we have to make when it comes to climate change, and people fear loss of their income, their status, everything they've known, and then there's also the issue of immigration, which we haven't touched on, with a lot of people coming from regions of the world which are badly affected by climate change, a lot more immigration. So I'm not sure how much is fear driving this, and how can we kind of paint a more positive vision of the future?
Well, it's not so easy, and I would say that people are more fearing about changing their behavior than they are fearing about the climate change, which is crystal clear. And in that sense, I think that as researchers, and you mentioned it, we need to be humble, and we need to also recognize that we need to be trained. We need to be trained in policy literacy, in narrative framing, just to be sure that our findings are embedded and they have more impact. So we need to be trained and knowing how decisions are made, how to shape the story. So we never have been trained for this as PhD students, how to frame the discourse and so on. So we need to be humble from this perspective. And I think that having those tools could be useful to know how to talk to those people that are fearing about how those policies will impact their own life and so on. Yeah.
What do you think about that?
What is also very important, I very much agree that we need to be trained, but not only we need to be, but everybody needs to be trained. Everybody needs to be trained how to talk to each other. And we also have to create partnerships, communities of practice, where we are involving, we already in the making in the GRC, to create the communities of practice for knowledge brokers. And we are also involving both sides. We are involving scientists, policymakers, but mainly more knowledge brokers, how to work together, how to build a trustful relationship, and how to facilitate the discourse on an everyday basis as well. And I think it's important that, and related to ESPON, that it is not only enough to produce data and publish data and show data to citizens or policymakers, but we also need to build up the stories. We need to build up the stories of this data that are saying something to citizens, so that they also feel part of the discourse.
Yeah, I agree. I think humility is important, because I think a lot of people think that scientists are part of this kind of intellectual elite, and we're part of the conspiracy that is hindering their lives. So I think these stories about how we make a more progressive future, I think, is important. I'm not sure, Francis, did you have any, or Hans, do you have any view on those, how we change our language, be more humble in our approaches to try and speak in what people call common sense language, or maybe it's better we use the word good sense?
Of course, it's easier to use the language that we have learned to use when we write articles and so on, that then we are more secure. And I think that is perhaps not the real problem, but because if we try to facilitate too much, we also lose the nuances and so on. So it's very much a question of personality. Yeah. We have in Sweden a professor now retired in criminology. He's very popular in TV because he says the things that people agree on and so on. Sometimes it's not so scientific, but that's that's the professor almost everybody loves. But everybody cannot be like him.
Yeah.
No.
Exactly. No, it's true. Francesco, do you any view on that, and how we engage in a discourse which is relevant to people? It speaks to their common concerns and what people want, rather than being seen as some sort of haughty elite.
I want to strike a positive note. I think in the past 10 to 20 years, we've seen many improvements in our scientists communicate. In our community, especially in the community of regional science, economic geography, we have several examples of scholars that know very well how to communicate the findings, how to talk to policymakers, and how to indeed also make sure that the public at large could understand their findings and what they have to say. I mean, Andrés Rodriguez Poza is perhaps one very notable example of it. I think he's doing a great job in this, and is also helping all the community to make sure that people understand more and more the importance of territorial patterns. So, I mean, his work in terms of communicating the findings, the evidence that come out from this strand of the literature is benefiting all of us, and I think it's a good example of the fact that there are many improvements in this respect.
Yeah, I agree, and he's done an amazing job of trying to broaden the debate and to get people involved and to understand the territory matters. But I think maybe one thing we haven't touched on is the role of social media and social media echo chambers in reinforcing certain belief systems. I mean, some people have the view that we just need to disengage from social media a little bit, and because the vast majority of people don't get their news through trusted news sources anymore. Previously, like national broadcasters, etc., they're getting most of their information through social media, which is a certain algorithm which reinforces certain. How do we use social media, or should we use social media in trying to translate our message, or is it a waste of time to try and use social media? Or how does social media affect?
I like to use social media, especially Twitter, Blue Sky, and LinkedIn, to try to translate in a very understandable way my key evidence about my research. And sometimes I got some interesting comments. But these comments are fueling my research and the way I'm asking the questions in my research. So even if some people are completely disagreeing with, for example, my research or my findings, the feedback that I have from people that are completely disagreeing are also really important in the way we are framing the question. So from this point of view, being engaged in the social media is a way also to understand what people are thinking and so on. So, and then we can adjust also our research to maybe be more embedded in the other realities that are existing in other communities and so on.
How are EU institutions using social media now? Do they have a certain strategy or a certain policy to try and use it, or is it how is JRC, for example, using social media?
Yes, we have a certain service dedicated to that, and we also have policy. And I very much agree with you that social media is a very important source of information as well. A source of information how to understand people's thinking, to understand people's reaction, to understand the logic behind. Of course, there are the algorithms that are beyond this, and I'm not an expert of that, so I don't want to go into details in that. But social media, especially for the new generations, for the younger generations, it is a very important source of information. So nobody can afford not to be present there, neither policymakers, scientists, and we have to make sure and try to make sure that the information that we are spreading there are understandable, are saying something meaningful and understandable for citizens, for younger people, for different generations, and we have to keep an eye on how we are present there.
Yeah, I think it's important not to disengage totally. Sometimes it feels like you need to disengage from social media because a lot of the negative information, but it's important to listen to that, otherwise we end up in a kind of an echo chamber of our own. But maybe we just turn, for the last few minutes, turn back to what ESPON can do. Like, we feel like we're a very small fish in a very large pond trying to bridge this kind of complex world of science down to policy making. I mean, what can we do, or what type of research initiatives could we do which would help? Is the work that we have been doing to date, I mean, even pre-social media and pre the kind of world zeitgeist that we live in now, we struggled to bridge that gap. It's always a challenge. It's a perennial challenge that we have as an organisation, and we're a small organisation trying to do this. I know others are as well. I mean, what type of initiatives do you think, any view on what type of initiatives that we could do which would really help this? I mean, events like this today, but we're speaking also to a scientific audience. This is a scientific conference, so we need to try and go beyond that. I'm not sure if anybody's got any.
I did many ESPON projects as a researcher, project leader, and one aspect is that in the near future, I would recommend ESPON to explicitly ask the project leader and the consortium in a call for projects to create living labs so that the researchers are obliged in a certain way to put on the table everybody. By the past, I did an ESPON project on COVID-19, and we did policy recommendations, but it was policy recommendations made by researchers, not policy recommendations made by researchers based on a roundtable with policymakers and local institutions and so on. And probably that the policy recommendations we did would have been different if we would have put all together people on the table. So you need to, it needs to be mandatory to ask the researchers to create a living lab, or I don't know what, to be sure that the policy recommendations are not coming from the top to the bottom.
I think you're right. I think one of the things that we've been trying to do in recent research is we do a lot of case studies, and we're trying to do work with foresight, scenario planning with researchers, working with them on the ground. But I mean, one of the things we've been trying to do, Alessandra, is work with larger organizations like JRC or the OECD to try and borrow the size of those organizations, to try and work with them rather than working in our own silos. Is there any better opportunities for ESPON to do this, to embed ourselves into those bigger organizations which have got big budgets, and large organizations doing a lot of really good scientific work that sometimes we don't hear about, or it's difficult to find where it is? There's so much work going on.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you, and I'm very happy that you mentioned silos, because I think it is also a big problem that, and I think maybe researchers in ESPON also face this issue that most of the researchers are, and not only the researchers but also the policymakers, are living in their own silos, and we are not mixing them. So what I mentioned before, I think just to advise something to ESPON also, what we are also doing in the GRC, not only being a big institution, but we are trying to create communities of practice of both researchers, policymakers, put people together, facilitate the dialogue, understand their point of view, and don't estimate that common sense always present, because common sense is not always common practice. But if we have a partnership and a community of practice in which we work together, then we will be in better position to understand each other.
Hans, do you want to come in now?
Yeah, I think that ESPON could do something when it comes to stressing the fact that almost all political decisions have consequences in the regional context, in geography and so on. And this is something that politicians most often neglect. They take decisions at the European level, at the national level, but what are the regional consequences of this? Maybe ESPON could be some kind of expert organization in that type of issues, and then I think it would be possible to be heard as well.
Yeah, being heard is what we want to try and achieve. This is our ultimate horizon. We're always trying to achieve to be heard, and it's sometimes difficult to be heard when so much happening in Europe and it's so many people doing this similar work.
Much it is happening in Europe.
Yeah,
so
much, yeah.
I think researchers also, and also a program like ESPON funding and supporting territorial research, has to cope with this new reality where essentially things are evolving very fast and new priorities are emerging very fast, and perhaps priorities that are very topical today, they may not be topical anymore tomorrow. So, and this clashes a little bit with the time frame of doing our research work, right? So I think this is probably one of the biggest challenges that ESPON and similar organizations or programs are facing right now. I do not have an answer to that, but I think there are ways to sort of address this somehow.
You're right, in terms of things changing so quickly. When we started the program, it was very much European Green New Deal, climate change, and now everything is competitiveness and defence. And we feel like maybe cohesion and is falling down the pecking order a little bit. And maybe that's an interesting way to almost finish this discussion. And there's so much useful comments coming in from on Slido that we can't get to all of them, but I think we've touched on many of them here, and I think this debate will go on long after. And it's something which I think has really provoked a lot of comment and feedback. But looking to the future in terms of where we stand now, you mentioned the zeitgeist. The zeitgeist is changing. Competitiveness, defence is becoming to the top of the political. Where do you see research going in the future? I mean, do we see these trends continuing? How can we, I don't know, how can we stem some of these populist political backlashes against the overall European cohesion project? Any thoughts on that? Any philosophical perspectives on the future that you'd like to finish on? Or I know it's a difficult one. Yeah.
I think, and I think I already said many times, we need to maintain this dialogue. We need to maintain the relationship between the different parties. And also to challenge the centralized decisions a bit, to challenge it from local points of views, to involve the local actors as co-creators of decisions. And like this, even if the future is unknown, we can already have the input from the citizens level and from the local actors level, how to make better policies for the future, not only from a centralized point of view.
Would you agree that decentralization is key? Are we becoming too centralized?
Definitely. And we need also to ensure that the science is timely, relevant, and used. We need, as ESPON, for example, you need also to talk more with associations like the EURADA, Eurocities, ACR+, the Association of Mayors, and so on, because it's associations that are trying to be more bottom-up and to be the voice of the local authorities and so on. So they are really embedded in the reality and the issues that are really relevant. And at the same time, even if we are talking now about the defense, AI, and so on, it's not because we are talking about those new issues that we need to not address anymore more bigger issues like climate change, for example. Even it's less, let's say, important now in the political debate. I think that we need to continue to push this to ensure that the local authorities are also aware about the fact that there are some important topics that we must not forget, even if some mayors or elected officials don't want to talk about.
The whole question of AI is something we even haven't touched on, but there will be a session in the afternoon on AI. So, I mean, that's another aspect of this whole debate, which we're only starting to understand now. But you've been thinking about these issues for a long time. What do you think about the current zeitgeist, and where are we? Are you optimistic for the future of research? Are we going to?
Well, I need to be, even if in the short run, I'm not very optimistic. But this is a marathon race.
Yeah. Okay. And you, Francesco, you're optimistic about you mentioned optimism earlier on. So we need to be optimistic about how we can break down these silos and bridge this gap.
We need to be optimistic. However, it's true that with a certain number of new policy priorities, we've been seeing pivoting toward more centralized and top-down policies. But this comes with a risk, because all policies, after all, they have strong territorial implications and they have uneven effects across territories. So if we don't look enough into these effects, and this is the role of researchers, then the risk is that we will end up with more territorial disparities and thus more distrust toward institutions and science. So,
yeah, no, I agree. I think we can end on that optimistic note, and we could talk about this all day. I think in terms of this is a really fascinating issue, but unfortunately, we need to bring this discussion to an end. And thanks again to our panelists. It's been a really rich and enlightening conversation for the last hour or so. Thanks for your contributions. It's been fantastic. And thanks for all of those who've been providing comments via Slido. I didn't get to them all because there's so much information coming in. And also thanks to all those behind the cameras who've allowed this session to happen so smoothly. Really appreciate all of you, all the work. So we now have a short break until 11:15, and our next session will then start. We have three panelists, as I mentioned. We'll discuss AI for territorial futures, scientific innovation, policy intelligence, and European spatial planning. So I think it follows on nicely from the discussion we've just been having. So all that's left for me now is to say thanks again to everybody and goodbye. And I really enjoyed hosting this opening session. And I wish you all a very interesting next sessions and a really nice day. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to this ESPON Territorial Research Conference on new research avenues for territorial development and cohesion in Europe. My name is Roland Gaugic, a senior policy analyst in the field of territorial analysis and cohesion policy at OIR. On behalf of ESPON, I have the pleasure of moderating the second, third, and fourth session today. Today's event is about exploring new methods, new approaches, and new innovative ideas to support territorial development and cohesion. Such new and innovative ideas are very promising from a research perspective. However, as we explored in the first session, sometimes can be linked to issues of understandability and trust in the results both by policymakers and citizens. How to put ideas in practice while ensuring this trust in the results is what we want to discuss today. In this format, we are bringing together researchers and policymakers to exchange knowledge, share experience, and find solutions that work. But we would also like to engage not only those who are here today, but also you, our remote audience. We want to hear your thoughts, involve you in the conversation, and answer your questions. During the session, you will be able to take part in polls and send your questions and comments on Slido, either by accessing via the QR code on screen right now, or by going to sli.do in your browser and entering the code ESPON. So now we turn our attention to one of the most dynamic frontiers in territorial research and spatial planning, the integration of artificial intelligence and big data-driven methods. In recent years, AI tools have opened up entirely new pathways for territorial analysis. But besides the technological advances, the research we will see today tackles more fundamental questions. Mainly, how can AI-powered insights meaningfully support public policy? AI-driven methods are emerging as instruments for shaping smarter, more responsive, and more timely policies. But at the same time, this transformation brings critical questions that we cannot ignore. How can we ensure transparency and explainability in algorithmic processes used for public decision-making? How do we assess the reliability and the biases of AI outputs when they inform real-world interventions? And how do we strike a balance between data-driven precision on the one hand and local knowledge, political accountability, and democratic values? Today's speakers take us into this complex terrain, sharing concrete examples of how AI in its various forms is applied. Their work shows not only what these tools can do, but also what we need to consider to use them responsively, effectively, and critically in the context of territorial governance. Our first speaker today is Marco Del Fiore, an urban planner and PhD candidate in urban and regional development at Politecnico di Torino and visiting scholar at Sciences Po Paris. He holds 2 master's degrees in territorial planning and environmental planning, and his work focuses on 2 main fields, marginalized areas, in particular in low urbanization contexts, as well as cross-border territories. Besides his research at Politecnico di Torino, he is currently involved in the ESPON CrossGov project and the EGDC project with the Italian National Research Council. His presentation introduces an AI-driven methodology to identify cross-border functional micro-areas using mobile phone data and pattern recognition. As our second speaker, we welcome Orlando Roman, a graduate of the Pontifical Catholic University in Peru and the University of Cambridge. He currently works at ETH Zurich, focusing on adaptive mobility, infrastructure, and land use, and he's specialized in the field of model-based planning support systems for infrastructure. His doctoral research is focused on the development of planning support systems when dealing with future deep uncertainties, such as technological, socioeconomic, and environmental change. And his presentation will show some examples of the application of AI techniques and sequential decision analytics for the planning of urban transformations towards clean energy and sustainable mobility. And finally, as our third speaker, we welcome Mikel Berasandin, a graduate researcher who has currently completed his master's at MIT last week. His research spans aspects of housing and urban development, transformation of mobility infrastructure, and territorial economic analysis. Among other assignments, he has worked for the Barcelona metropolitan area as a project coordinator at the Urbex Reconnect European network and for UN Habitat, focusing on housing analysis and international development. Today, he will present his research on multiscalar AI-supported analysis of housing demand and housing demand planning in functional urban areas in Europe. And before we start our presentations, as our first question to the audience, we would like to know from your side, who of you have already used AI-driven or supported methods in their research or other line of work? Please go to Slido and provide your answers. And now we can move to our presentations. At the first topic, Marco, you will present something on one of the key strengths of AI, the work with big data. We also have the pleasure to work together in the ESPON CrossGov project on conceptualizing functional cross-border areas. But you go way beyond this, talking about micro-territorialization. So how does AI support you in delineating and finding those micro-territories?
Yeah. Thank you, Roland, for the introduction and for the question. And thanks to ESPON for inviting me here today. I think that traditionally planning method miss these dynamics because they are trapped in the administrative boundaries. And in my opinion, AI and mobile phone data allow us to have a better understanding of territorial dynamics in the cross-border dimension. So let's start with the role of the mobile phone data is playing in these processes. So mobile phone data has gained increasing relevance in official statistic production over the past decade. The widespread adoption of mobile device has created unprecedented opportunities for statistical institutes, enabling continuous information acquisition with spatial and temporal granularity previously unattainable. Mobile phone data presents distinctive methodological characteristics, a complete territorial coverage and high update frequency, and the ability to capture demographic phenomena in motion. So our research, as you can see, identifies 3 application domains where mobile phone data provides significant methodological contribution to territorial policy development. The mobility analysis, where the data enables dynamic origin-destination matrices with hourly and sub-municipal resolution. The tourism sector, when the granular flows analysis qualify visitor by origin, duration, and spatial behavior patterns. And the service and infrastructure catchment areas, where the analysis transcend the conventional administrative boundaries, providing information for optimal size based on actual demand. But beyond big data, the integration of artificial intelligence represents a promising methodological frontier, enabling the identification of complex patterns, automation of evidence-based analytical process, and the development of predictive models. However, there exists geographical dimension where this methodological application has not yet been applied, the cross-border territories. Border areas represent authentic laboratories of European integration across space where citizens daily cross national frontier for work, study, services, access, or social relations. But despite this intensity of interaction, cross-border regions suffer from a significant lack of adequate methodological tools for analysis and public policy programming, for the reason that current cross-border cooperation program, also particularly the Interreg program, still focus on the broad administrative units, generally operating at NUTS-3 level. And for this reason, that projects like ESPON CrossGov, in which we are both involved, are seeking to develop new methodological framework to identify cross-border functional territory through a specific indicator and a standardized European approach. In this methodological context, a fundamental concept for my proposal emerges: the cross-border living basin. Of a French origin, this emerging concept is used to define the smaller portion of territory where inhabitants use the most common service and infrastructure. These living areas are defined as geographically, socially, culturally, and economically coherent territories that express homogeneous needs in terms of activities and services. But despite conceptual clarity, the problem of their operational identification remains open. In my view, integrating mobile phone data into analytical frameworks could represent the key to overcoming this limitation, mapping real flow and identifying functional basins that effectively characterize daily life in border areas. Starting from this premise, the proposed methodological solution adapts data-driven approach to cross-border context through a harmonization framework that standardizes data across different operations and national systems. The earth of the proposal lies in applying advanced pattern recognition algorithms to identify the cross-border interaction cluster at the micro-territorial level. The methodology is structured in 3 operational phases. First, an analysis of cross-border mobility flows through the utilization of location data from mobile network to reconstruct area at cross-border origin and destination matrices. The second, spatial clustering through AI, with application of community detection algorithms to identify homogeneous clusters. And third, a multi-dimension validation through integration of identified cluster with other functional dimensions, such as the service catchment areas, the labor market areas, and the economic collaboration networks. The optimal level of territorial granularity for this result of this analysis, in my opinion, is represented by the ALAU2 units. And operating at this level, it is possible to identify the functional micro areas with sufficient detail to support target policies while maintaining aggregation that guarantees the privacy protection. However, beyond the more quantitative big data analysis, targeted qualitative surveys in border areas remain crucial and essential. Big data offer a macro view of spatial behavior, but qualitative surveys allow us to the exploration of crucial dimensions such as the movement motivation, the barrier perception, and specific needs of cross-border communities. So, big data analysis of mobile phone data represent, in my opinion, not only the technical progress, but could mark a paradigm shift in the conception of European cross-border policies, from cooperation based on administrative boundaries to micro-cooperation focused on functional areas. This new paradigm offers triple added value. First, a precise identification of priority areas for integrated cross-border services, understanding exactly where and how people cross the borders, allowing us to invest in resources where they are truly needed. The second, a provision of objective metrics on cross-border interaction intensity, precise data quantify flows across border, monitoring pressure based on the number of users and time spent in different zones. And third, objectively evaluating whether a project or policies or intervention has effectively increased the degree of cohesion in cross-border areas. To realize this paradigm, the role of adequate governance structure became crucial, such as, for example, the EGTC, the European Group of Territorial Cooperation, capable of effectively managing these functional territories identified by data. This methodological convergence configures a new model of cross-border governance where evidence-based, evidence-informed decision meet adequate institutional structure to implement policies responsive to territorial needs. In conclusion, the utilization of big data from mobile telephony and the integration of AI techniques represent the methodological key to overcoming the limitation of current cross-border policies, enabling the identification and the management on functional territories that reflect the real need of cross-border communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's really fascinating and interesting always to see how movements and mobility can really change and shape our understanding of what territories are and how they differ from our traditional administrative views on them. We will stick now with the topic of mobility, namely green transition in the transport sector. One of the cornerstones for this is electric mobility and transformation of urban infrastructures. The widespread application of electric mobility also implies a considerable shift in planning approaches to transport infrastructure. And we are now going to hear about an approach that improves not only what do we plan, but also how do we plan for this transition. Orlando, please. Sorry, I have to.
Thank you, Roland. Yes, so I think AI is known for the ability to improve our prediction capabilities, and also we can design optimal systems under such predicted conditions. But when we think about planning, or most importantly, long-term planning, this idea of predictability and optimality might not be adequate anymore. So we can certainly predict a most likely scenario, but we need really to open up the cone of possibilities towards a probable area, so what's likely to happen, a possible area, what might happen. We can even imagine preposterous scenarios, so what we currently deem as impossible. And when we are thinking about these uncertain future scenarios, we can also delineate a desirability region, so where we would like to end up, let's say sustainable future. And we think that under such massive uncertainty, AI can help us a lot on exploring potential future conditions, exploring potential trajectories, and help us land into our desired scenarios. For example, we can study not only single trajectories, but we can try to identify what changes, what interventions we need to do over time and when, so we can shift these trajectories towards our desired sustainable future. And this idea of scenario exploration and scenario planning is not new, but AI is not typically linked to scenario planning. And we think that when systems are very complex, intuition might not be good enough, and we can use simulation models, we can use AI techniques to help us better understand such complexity. As Marco mentioned, we can use big data sources enhanced with AI to understand such complex systems. So I want to show you how we are doing this at the Future Cities Lab in Singapore. This is an example of planning charging infrastructure done by my colleague, Dr. Chi-Min Ji, at the Future Cities Lab. And as we can see here, there's three interrelated challenges. The first one is about the decision to supply charging infrastructure to help this transition towards clean energy and a sustainable mobility system. So first, the question about when to deploy these chargers, where, what type, what quantity. It's a first important challenge. The second one, we need to deploy this infrastructure based on certain mobility demand, which is also evolving in space and over time, and it's uncertain. So, for example, what will be the fleet size of the future and whether this fleet size will be electric or not, those are uncertain questions. The third challenge is about the grid capacity. So we need, in our efforts for electrification, we need to consider the grid expansion plans, voltage, capacity as a constraint. So we can clearly see here it's a complex problem, interrelated layers. So our approach is trying to build simulation models that can reflect the conditions of Singapore in this case, well validated, well calibrated, and those and using big data sources, of course. And in that way, we can better make sense of what's happening in the system. So we then create this simulation environment where we can test different trajectories and different plans over time and evaluate them. So in this approach, we create an agent, which could be the planner, let's say, and we use reinforcement learning, which is an AI technique. So the agent interacts with this environment, tries different policies, different plans, evaluate if these plans are achieving the objectives to promote a clean energy mobility system, and it learns over time, iteratively. So in this simulation environment and across many iterations, we can delineate what's the best pathway under uncertainty. In this exercise, we not only achieved more efficient use of resources, so less chargers, less investments, but at the same time, we achieved a better service in general. And most importantly, I think using AI in this way provided us with the ability to have a plan that is adaptable. So under different potential future conditions, the algorithm recommends different sequences of actions. So in this way, planners can adapt. So they don't need to make a rigid decision now, but they can adapt over time according to how the future unfolds. Another example I wanted to show that we did also at the Future Cities Laboratory was about how can we respond through urban planning to the deployment of automated vehicles. So how can we modify our cities to make the best out of this new technology? So we tested different network configurations, grid networks, superblocks, different parking strategies, different designs for pickup drop-off points for shared automated vehicles so they can better fit the public transport. And I just wanted to show these two figures here because I think they exemplify how AI can be used in a participatory planning way instead of just dictating a single solution. In the upper figure, this is a typical parallel coordinates plot. So there's these 4 coordinates in each of the y-axis. So those are the 4 objectives of the planning exercise. So we wanted to minimize investments, we wanted to minimize carbon emissions, maximize public transport volume, minimize travel delay. And we can see that different plans with different colors, they achieve these objectives to different extents. For example, the green strategy is the one that minimizes carbon emissions the most, but it doesn't perform very well on the other objectives. The same can be said for the mass transit plan or the mean delay plan. And what is nice about this graph is that we can clearly evaluate the trade-offs. For example, if we compare the green strategy and the mass transit strategy, we can see how much carbon emissions are we compromising instead of getting a certain amount of public transport use. This graph is also important for discussion and for consensus buildings because we can identify some compromise solutions, let's say. So the ones that are pretty solid across most of the objectives, even though they are not the best in any particular objective. So the idea, or our idea, is that we can use these AI techniques, sequential decision analytics, to help not only planners, but in general stakeholders make these trade-offs, compare different strategies, and hopefully agree on a compromise solution. The bottom figure is a way of depicting these plans as pathways. So the idea of a pathway is that we can follow an indicator, in this case in the x-axis, the amount of automated vehicles usage, and according to different thresholds, we can, or the plan give us or tell us how to modify the city according to different thresholds. So if we cross 40 million of automated vehicle usage for the mean delay strategy, we need to change it to a grid network, distributed parking, and few pickup drop-off points. One important point of this exercise is that we were able to do this scenario generation in tens of seconds. So we can actually perform these calculations in real time in a workshop with stakeholders, and we can estimate different scenarios, different objectives upon request, and we think that's a good way to help participation and engagement in planning.
Thank you very much. Very interesting to see how we can basically improve the existing planning approaches with those new methods without completely reinventing the wheel, but using well-established techniques in an improved manner, for example. We are moving now to another field within urban development that also sometimes shows quite a tricky disengagement between existing planning practices and new realities that emerge, and that is housing. Michael, You show in your research that there is quite a disconnect sometimes between the level at which housing demand materializes and the level at which planning decisions ultimately are made. So how did you use AI tools to bridge that gap that exists?
For sure, yeah. Thank you, Roland, for having us. And indeed, AI can help bridge these major gaps in housing research, making it feasible to analyze large amounts of local data, but in broader geographies. I guess I'm not discovering any secret to anyone here, but housing is a problem across Europe. We are having rising prices both in sale and rent units. And the way I like to see this issue is that we are united in diversity, as the EU motto goes. We are united because every country or every metropolitan area has an issue with housing affordability, but this issue is diverse in the sense that the supply dynamics, the planning frameworks, the policies, and therefore maybe the solutions should be different and specific to each of those realities. That's why we need data-based evidence to see what's happening in each of these places. And the way I've tried to jump into that is by formulating two research questions. First one is to see how has planning supply happened between 2011 and 2021 in large EU functional urban areas. And second one is how has housing supply been planned for those same period. And by doing so, I'm tackling the layered nature of the problem. This is an EU-wide issue. It has metropolitan effects, but the power to decide on housing relies mainly in the local level. So let's say there is a mismatch in these different geographies. And to fill this gap, I followed a bottom-up approach, which is creating and gathering data at the local level, aggregating it and analyzing it at the metropolitan level, and doing so for all of the European Union. However, retrieving this data at the local level might be complex and challenging, and that's where new data sets and the use of AI might or do help us in conducting this research. So, jumping into the images, what this research has done is creating basically two data sets. First one on the left, providing data on population, households, and housing units for each of the municipalities at the European Union in 2011 and 2021. And the second one is leveraging AI to analyze more than 140 urban plans in large urban areas of the EU. Let me get into a bit of detail in these two. So the first one is basically quantitative data. It uses 2011 and 2021 censuses, which were coordinated across the European Union, to provide information for almost all of the municipalities at the EU, every municipality except for Romanian and Italian ones. And it allows to, for example, analyze if housing units have grown at the same speed as population for each municipality. On the other hand, on the right, I've gathered local, metropolitan, and regional plans for all urban areas above 2 million inhabitants in the European Union. And as you might think, this is a bit of a more complex analysis. Again, above 140 plans in 12 different languages, different structures, different powers, different governance levels. So this is where AI comes in handy. By using large language models, which streamline the analysis, we can retrieve specific information in a quick, traceable, and comparable way across these plans. For example, we can ask for how many housing units do they plan to build in every given year, or which implementation process for this housing do they propose. So with these two data sets, I've been able to analyze two things. On one hand, the relationship between housing supply and demographics, and on the other, the relationship between housing supply and planning. And before jumping to the EU-wide results, let me exemplify this with one functional urban area, which will be, in our case, Paris. So here in Paris, again, at the functional urban area level, you can see on the left this relationship between housing supply and demographics. In the map, you can see at municipal detail whether housing supply has outpaced population growth or not. In blue, the municipalities in blue show that housing supply has grown faster than population. Municipalities in red tones show the opposite, that population has grown faster than housing units, maybe then hinting to a pressure over the housing market. And in the right, we have the plans that have happened for housing in the Paris area. The Paris governance happens in 3 levels, so at the city level, to make it simple, at the city level, then at the metropolitan level with the Métropole du Grand Paris, and then at the regional level with the Île-de-France region. And 2 out of these set really clear housing goals for these regions. And this is where AI comes in really handy. We can ask specific questions to AI, which you might think for these 2, maybe not worth it, but when we scale this up to more urban areas, using AI as a tool for analysis speeds up this process and makes it comparable and easily traceable. So in this case, let's focus on the regional. The plans set up a goal for 70,000 housing units per year, while this is the reality is pretty much beyond, lower than that. It's not reaching that goal. So still, Paris is a pretty good example. There's enough housing for the population, both at the city level and at the functional urban area. And the planning happens in a multi-scale way, representing the reality of housing issues which happen at this metropolitan level. So let's jump back at the EU scale, because this nice example is not always the case. The advantage of creating this kind of EU-wide data sets is that AI methods is replicability. This analysis I've just shown for Paris can happen in as many EU functional urban areas as needed in a pretty straightforward way. So again, jumping into these 2 elements of analysis, let's start with housing and demographics. Here you can see how housing units and population relate in these large urban areas above 2 million inhabitants. In 8 out of the 23 analyzed here, housing units have not sped up as much as population in the analyzed 10-year period, therefore showing some pressure over the housing market. And these are concentrated in also geographically in the Iberian Peninsula, as you can see, and also in the coastal cities around in the north of Europe. You might think also that population is not an indicator, like the only indicator we should use for housing research. For sure, the full research does focus also on household size, on migration patterns, to better analyze these drivers for demand. And it also allows to analyze differences within each metropolitan area, trying to compare how dynamics happen in the central city versus in the surrounding municipalities. And reality is that it's these surrounding municipalities which have the higher growth, both in housing and population, but also the higher pressure, because in these areas, population is growing faster than housing. So jumping into the housing and housing supply and planning analysis. So here, this allows us to analyze the scale at where housing supply is being planned and whether planned growth and real growth do match or not. So as you might see here in the urban areas in pink, the scale where housing supply is planned is mainly local. Most of the urban areas in Europe focus or set these goals of supplying housing at the local level. And at the same time, we can see that real growth does not match planned growth. Maybe this, let's say, growth goals are pretty ambitious, and that might be a driver, but we can see that there is a mismatch between these 2 overall. So in sum, we can see 3 research outcomes out of this full research. First one, for specific functional urban areas, there is not enough housing being built to cater for the population demand. Second one, housing is a metropolitan issue. Like the demand and the growth is happening mainly in metropolitan municipalities and not that much in central cities. And third one, housing is being planned at the local level, therefore showing a mismatch between the reality of the issue versus where policy responses or solutions are happening at the moment. But beyond the issue of housing, this process wants to also provide a methodology for research across Europe. The use of AI allows for analysis of large unstructured data, in this case, housing plans, for new insights, which can be easily comparable and therefore can jump over borders and create this kind of joint joint knowledge to act into the European level. And again, it's an easy way for research, not only for housing. This could be applied in other fields as mobility, as our colleagues were working, or environmental issues, or any other. So in sum, the goal is to better analyze our diverse system of policies and laws that is in place in Europe to provide uniting, data-driven responses to the emerging challenges.
Thank Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. Especially, I like the last slide showing this disconnect in some of the cities very, very strongly. That is good to see this in front of you, basically, at some point. Yeah, thank you very much to all of you for those presentations. We have seen some very interesting and innovative applications of AI in your various fields of research, and we see the common ground between them more or less to improve the planning systems that we have, to make the planning systems more intelligent, more adaptive, more timely, and more just, or more reflecting reality in many cases. These are very high ambitions, and we would like to explore a little bit more in detail if we will be able to achieve them. From our poll at Slido, we have seen very interestingly that about 50% of you already occasionally use AI methods, 25% use them regularly, and 25% never use them in their daily work, which is for me quite interesting. I would have expected more people who regularly use it at the moment. But this underlines quite well that for some people AI is really more considered just another tool. We have developed thousands of tools over time in research, and AI is just a new one. We do not necessarily need to apply it. To others, AI is really considered as kind of a paradigm shift, something that makes completely unthinkable things true now. And we have heard in the presentations some hints already at we always had techniques, methods, scenario techniques, for example, but now we are really at a changing point where new things become possible that we could not achieve with those methods before. So I would like to know from you, for your perspective, is AI just another tool, or is it really something paradigm shifting, and could you have achieved maybe similar results, similar high quality results without the use of AI in your work?
I think it depends on how we use AI. For some applications, it could be just a tool, but there's definitely the potential to be a paradigm shift. And it can enable to do things that were not possible before. For example, in the examples I just showed, specifically in the last one, we estimated that without the use of AI, we use a specific techniques called surrogate modeling, so to approximate very big complex models that are difficult to use. And we estimated that without using AI, our whole computation could have taken several months, and we did it in a few days. So this could be seen as a gain in efficiency, but I will argue that such a massive difference it's basically, or could result in planners trying it and doing it, or just not doing it. So I would say that AI could be a paradigm shift and will allow us to do much more things and better planning than before.
Okay. Yeah, I think we also see this in your case with big data analysis that could not probably be achieved in the same way.
I totally agree with Orlando. And my case studies, in my opinion, see the AI more as a methodological bridge that connects big data to concrete territorial decision. And according to you, without AI, we are not able to do like such a multi-layer, multi-scale analysis from different sources. In some way, AI allowed us to have a better understanding of territorial dynamics that was simply impossible before. In that time, we received that information and that analysis.
So we're improving kind of not only accuracy but also possibilities in this case. But I was wondering, when listening to your presentation, you mentioned, for example, languages are a barrier, or the diversity of documents. Instead of AI, could you have just employed a lot of researchers to do the same thing?
In my case, like here we are seeing very sophisticated ways of using AI. Mine might be AI for dummies, pretty simple, and trying to retrieve specific information, which again, as you were saying, could be done with like larger teams or with larger time. But what AI does is, let's say, lower these barriers and increase efficiency, also as Orlando was mentioning. So in the case of the analysis of plans, this could have been feasible, but much more time consuming. These barriers in language would be relevant. And like without this, with AI, we can pursue larger scale research in reasonable time and budget and go into the scale we really need. Like if we need to do European policy for a given issue and we need to do it now, we have to jump in as quickly as possible. And I think AI might be a helpful tool for that.
Is there a risk of being too quick in that regard?
I would say let's be quick in the analysis and let's not be quick in the decisions. Like the advantage of AI is that we can, let's say, spend less time in doing the analysis and more time in asking the right questions and then doing the right interpretation of the analysis to make the policies we really need. So let's be smart about it. Let's use our minds wherever they are more helpful, and let's let the machines do whatever it's more time consuming and not that relevant for us to do.
Yeah.
I think it's also about being systematic and replicable, right? Because if we hire an army of experts to evaluate different plans, it will be difficult to really explain afterwards how they did it and if a different army could replicate those results. I mean, in AI, that's possible. The results might be also biased or maybe not as good as you would like, but you could at least trace how the analysis was done.
Mm-hmm. But this reflects mainly kind of the methodological side, basically. So you already said, let's be quick in the analysis, but not quick in the decision. So do these methods mainly influence kind of the analysis side, or what kind of influence do they exert on the decision-making process, and what kind of influence do they have on the specific roles of planners and not researchers in that regard in particular?
Well, in my opinion, it's not just improving existing practices, but it's radically changed the way we understand territories. Thanks to AI, we can define policies that are real based on functional interrelation in these territories. And thanks to that, we can define project policies or intervention that could be more, could have more impact on people's daily life and daily needs. And for the future, for the next 10 years, I think that the role that, as a planner is increasingly evolving as role as facilitators who use big data and AI to guide more adaptive decision-making processes.
Yeah, in that regard, though, it's interesting to understand how will like planners adapt to the new reality, to the new paradigms that AI is creating, right? I like to see this like a chewing gum where AI like pulls research and new insights forward, and maybe like the institutional realities are falling a bit behind. And the risk is that the chewing gum breaks because this gets way too advanced. So we have to make sure that this exchange or transfer of knowledge does happen and that AI is understandable for both sides of the table. I think the results of the slide are pretty interesting in that sense, seeing that quite a bit of people do engage with AI already, 75% of the participants, so that's a good amount. So I guess this low barrier of entry into AI might be helpful in keeping people into the realm and keeping this advancement, which happens both in research and in actual application and in the planner's work.
In daily practice as well.
Sure.
Yeah, and I also think that the use of AI creates the need to rethink planning practice a lot. For example, AI gives us this opportunity to be more adaptable, and this idea of that we can monitor, we can sense the environment, we can learn over time, so we can modify our decisions, our plans to uncertainty that is high nowadays. But that needs a break, or that needs a reformulation of regulatory frameworks, planning processes, organizations, because nowadays what it's typical is this one-off based planning. You do a fixed plan for the next 5, 10, 15 years. When it's approved, it's very difficult to modify. So to what extent we can use these AI improvements and adaptability, it's a big challenge from an institutional process perspective, I think.
I think that One of the most important or the more revolutionary aspect of AI is its capacity, its ability to predict future scenarios, and not just one, but to model alternative scenarios. And in this case, we as technicians, as planners, we can some way anticipate or evaluate our decision, our project before implementing them, and then to choose the best situation, as your case studies show.
Yeah. So they kind of increase the tools, the knowledge that we get on hand to make the actual decisions. But I really see this point of existing planning practices are not linked to university and research always, but they're linked to administrative procedures, and they are more rigid in many cases. Sometimes or very often there is a good reason for it, that they are more rigid, but we really need to find the link between how quickly research is developing and how quickly we can and we need to adapt the administrative procedures linked to it.
I think in that sense, maybe there might be an issue with how easy or how quick it is to get political consensus in decisions. I mean, AI might provide really quick insights of what can be done, what cannot, but political rhythms might be in another speed on one sense. And also, seeing how institutions adapt, both in terms of levels of governance. I think Marco's research was really pointing into we should be planning for these smaller territories, but how easily will administrative frameworks adapt to that is a bit of a challenge. So I think AI might be helpful in showing this evidence and showing these alternatives more clearly and making the decision-making process easier or faster, but still we will have other hurdles to face for sure.
That's for sure. But you mentioned that it might get easier. It might be accessible in many cases, or it might have a lower barrier to entry, basically. But still, I can imagine outside of the administrative procedures that are prescribed by law, we also have. I wouldn't say resistance, but slower developments maybe in public administration and in institutions that are responsible for the implementation. So what do you think could be relevant for institutions that have to implement, that have to maybe apply such methods? What kind of capacities do they need, and what do we need to develop to support them in these applications?
For me, it's important also another aspect. That are the strong disparities in the administrative capacity between large urban centers and small municipalities. In my case studies, it's very clear, these things. And in this context, I think that simple and intuitive AI tools can try to reduce this digital divide and improve efficiency, capacity, even in the less equipped administration that they really need in this moment, this boost of capacity.
Mm-hmm. I can also feel that this wave of AI, it's being used, and I see lots of even smaller municipalities or administrations being excited by the prospects and trying to implement different things, even from image recognition in the city cameras to count the number of vehicles and bikes and pedestrians. So those small attempts, I think, will help integrate all these techniques better into planning practice. There's this idea of digital twins as well. I see multiple cities also collecting a lot of environmental data. And of course, for them, it's difficult to use the data, but they are at least collecting it, they are planning what to do with it, they're creating these new teams for digitalization. So there's the intention, and there's this wave of trying different things that I think could help.
So there is the actual interest also by themselves to apply the methods. It's not just something that is brought in by research, for example.
Yeah, I mean, definitely this external point of view from researchers, from consultants to help planning, that is happening, that will continue to happen. And then I think the more fundamental question is if the administrations themselves will be able to implement this. And then we go again to this question of implementing AI into the planning processes and the administration by itself, which is a bigger challenge. But I see some successful examples there.
I will also add that AI also might help these administrations to, let's say, manage or achieve other skills that are not AI-based, say like other coding, other different platforms. So I think it's, let's say, a hopeful time where administrations can easily access more sophisticated methods for analysis. But then, yeah, we have to keep in mind to not get lost in the analysis and like be able to transfer that to decision making. So make sure that we use artificial intelligence, but then we use human knowledge to apply things and to get to actual change being implemented in our cities.
Yeah. And do you see this as kind of more of a bottom-up movement? You mentioned that there is the interest, there is a lot of applications that are possible. But at the same time, we're talking about public administration. They have to follow procedures, legal systems, and so on. Do you see this as something that can grow bottom up, or without the administrative changes first, the legal changes first, we will not be able to move?
I would say, I mean, there's challenges in data management in there, I would say, and in like privacy and also like being sure about showing how decisions are made and having traceable systems. And at the same time, I think we are only focusing on who uses AI as the decision makers, but let's think broadly. Like AI might be used also by communities or by other stakeholders to find either research, evidence, or to create new visions. Say they want to think about a new park and they'll just create a rendering from people that wouldn't have the skills otherwise. So I think AI can create a broader, let's say, way of collaborating between or working between administration and other stakeholders. And I think it's nice to think about it that way, where we have to, in any case, keep track of where that information comes from, being really clear about the communication. So, yep.
I mean, that leads over to the second main question that I would like to ask. But before, I would like to encourage you again to put your questions on Slido, and we will see them here on the screen and be able to answer them. But in the meantime, let's start or continue the discussion on these aspects of kind of the methods we are seeing and applying. They do not only change kind of the territorial analysis part, but also the decision-making part. And for this, we have the key aspect of trust that was discussed in the first session this morning as well. So having this traceability, not only thinking about what can be done, but also how can it be done and how can we communicate clearly to people who are affected by the decisions made based on this. How did this happen? You are probably very well aware that every time someone mentions AI, we think a little bit of a black box, like I put in some data on top, then I have the machine working, and then I have a result at the end. And you probably also had to explain several times the answer to criticism regarding that. So how do you address these kind of always implicit questions of existing bias? How do you ensure that the process remains transparent and that the results are representative for the actual reality in these cases?
Yeah. Well, I consider the origin of the data of fundamental importance to ensure the transparency of this kind of processes. And I also consider data as public goods. That means that we as technicians, planners, we are not dependent only on private companies, and we can use different kind of sources also to reduce the bias of the data. But clearly, it remains essential to clearly explain how these algorithms work to the stakeholder, to the community, and other decision makers involved in these processes.
I think this is one of the main challenges of AI, and not only for planning, but especially for planning, how to create trust. And there's a growing field on explainable AI that it's trying to tackle all those issues. But specifically about how we are using AI for planning the future, let's say, we don't necessarily use AI as a complete black box. As I showed, we use mainly AI on top of an existing system model. It could be a model of the transport system, of the land use system. Most cities, they already have their own model developed over many years, calibrated, validated. They trust those models. So that's a first way, I think, of not using AI as a pure black box, but building on top of something that is trusted already. And the second way is what I tried to show in my last slide. So trying to create these AI policies, these AI-generated plans, in a way that it's interpretable by itself. So they are clear, they are applicable, they are usable. So planners don't require to go to a computer and get the next intervention, but they can understand the patterns, they can understand what can be done. And we feel that this interpretability in the design of the result can also help build trust on the AI-enhanced planning techniques.
So when you applied, you mentioned both participatory workshops showing kind of live predictive capabilities and so on, where you met with kind of resistance or criticism towards or mistrust in let's say the results displayed on screen?
I think there's a lot of interest first, but of course then there's a lot of questions. But I think those questions come normally from people that it's their first time looking at such results, and that's understandable, and that's something we need to develop and work on. But at the same time, I think it's good that there's people that for the first time are being able to access to such discussions and results. So AI enable us to do such processes, but of course there's a lot of work to be done on the real human-machine collaboration, as Michael also mentioned. Yeah,
also in that sense, it's also about making sure that humans can interpret what happens in the AI black box, to say so. I think you mentioned it pretty nicely, but it's asking AI not only to give a given outcome, but also to show where the source of this information is coming from. If we provide it, to make sure that it's reliable sources. If AI is finding its own sources, to make sure that we can trace those. And then moving to more complex analysis, as Orlando was mentioning, this concept of explainable artificial intelligence. So knowing about which is the decision-making process of the model towards a given outcome, and maybe also showing which are the thresholds that this model is using to choose outcome A versus outcome B, because maybe it's these thresholds, the ones that are relevant in a policy, from a policy standpoint, saying, oh, if we go above or beyond this, we should go this way or that way. So trying to show how this decision-making process is made within the AI box, I think it's relevant in terms of both research, but also then policymaking.
You mentioned also validation of the approaches, of course, and validation of the outcomes as a relevant aspect. I guess this is relevant to all research, not only to AI, but I guess here it's one of the more relevant aspects because of this kind of inherent distrust that is sometimes created. In practice, does this mean, thinking about, for example, future scenarios and predictive capabilities, does this mean setting up parallel processes to kind of validate is the output of the model realistic or not? Or does it depend on your judgment, your experience as researchers? How do you implement that in practice?
No, for sure, there needs to be this expert consultation, expert elicitation. Yeah, human knowledge. It's always part of the refinement of the algorithms and the processes. So even if we use a digital twin of the city, let's say that it's well calibrated, it's reflecting what's happening right now. When we imagine future scenarios, that calibration is not possible anymore, so it needs to be used with some expert thinking and delineating if this is reasonable or not, if this makes sense. So in that way, AI is not only used as a way of predicting what will happen, but more like a tool to imagine certain scenarios, to imagine possibilities. So in that way, it's fully connected to what people need from it and what's reasonable and desirable.
Yes, maybe with this kind of tools, it's easier for the stakeholders that are not normally involved in these planner processes to imagine future scenarios and understand what kind of these scenarios fit better with their future and the imagine of the territories and the cities they want for the children for the future. It could be maybe more useful for them than not for us, that we are able to understand the plan and policies and practices instead of people that are not normally involved.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice way to frame it. It's this kind of easing people into the process of planning, of thinking how the future of our environments, our territories might be. And I would say at the same time, it's interesting to see how when we are thinking about these new paradigms or these new, let's say, alternatives, AI might also only provide that, based on the data that they have or that the model has. So let's not limit ourselves to that and be sure that data in there provides given outcomes, but there might be additional outcomes that could come from other more qualitative, let's say, insights. So AI is a relevant tool, but especially for this kind of scenario making, but we should still be able to build upon that. So it's pretty interesting to give us different pathways, but to think creatively upon those two is a relevant step to be done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, creativity for sure is relevant. Not that we hand off everything to the model, but we still keep the research, keep the creativity ourselves. You described kind of a lot of, let's say, real-life practical applications today. So they do not happen somewhere at the academic level, and they're not transposed into reality. But we talk a lot about technical outputs today, of course, and sometimes there might be a risk of over-relying on those technical outputs, especially when communicating with decision makers and in decision-making processes. So how can we ensure that kind of whatever comes out is also democratically accepted and is understandable to the decision makers?
Yeah, I think the risk is real to be too much technical in this process, and for this reason that human involvement remains essential to validate our quantitative analysis, but generally speaking, not just with AI or big data. As planners, we plan for people and for territories, and we must validate our data with their desire, this idea. So I think it remains essential, or maybe it's more important also in the AI, with the AI tools, to validate this data with other qualitative analysis or surveys, and to open discussion and to have some discourses with the stakeholder, the decision maker, the community, all the community involved in this kind of process.
Yeah, I think, as I mentioned before, I think Marco was leaning towards that. Community might also involve or use AI as a tool, and I think that might be enriching for them into understanding more complex issues where probably non-technical audiences will not have access to at the beginning, and also creating new visions. But again, in both cases, both for decision makers and for the community, it's relevant that the evidence is transparently funded and it's clearly explained, especially clearly explained. So, and at the same time, there might be a risk where we are developing research with AI so that someone then summarizes it with AI to then understand it. And I think that would be a bit of a failure. So we have to make sure that we do research with AI, but we can explain it in a pretty straightforward and easy way to understand.
I also think that trust is built with the usage, let's say, like our recent experience with these big, large language models, ChatGPT, let's say. We might not even know how it works, but if it's giving us useful results, we kind of learn. We trust over time, but we also learn when not to trust, when to correct, when it's giving wrong answers. So, but in any case, I feel that wave of large language models have helped democratizing access to new ways of getting information, analysis that was not possible before. So in the same sense, I think pushing these frontiers for AI, for example, in a way that I presented of using participatory planning, helping people to explore different scenarios and discuss, that will for sure democratize planning processes. So I could imagine at some point we can go to our municipality website and use some sort of ChatGPT, and ask about different scenarios, ask about different plans, how this might change my city, what do I feel about it, and interact with the planning process, let's say. I'm sure, at least in my view, that's good. That's a democratic way of planning.
It might even improve, as you said, there is kind of a risk that someone uses AI then to summarize outputs that are done by AI. But on the other hand, from practical experience, talking to relatives, to friends, planning processes in urban development are a secret to them, of course, because they ask how to understand it, and this might even be a way to involve them better in the conversation, not from the research side, but from this perspective. Sure. As you mentioned, kind of the models that we do not fully understand sometimes, for practical, ethical, or whatever reasons, in your research you work only with really closed models, local models that you have fully under control, basically? Or is it also the case that sometimes open models, even if we do not fully understand them, provide added value and we still apply them as long as we have proper validation procedures afterwards? It's an open question to you.
In my case, I think we mainly use closed models, like what you said. So we need to first trust what we call the system model, and based on that, we can enhance their capabilities with AI. But yeah, I could imagine that there might be other cases, mainly when you're not working for a specific city, let's say, or a specific municipality, when you're doing generalizable stuff. There's no unique model, so it might be a little bit more of a black box. But as you mentioned, there's definitely ways to validate, to calibrate, to understand, to follow the procedure and the rules, which is something that is technical. So there's the need for a technical expertise on that explainability, let's say.
Yeah, I think, as I was explaining, my case is the opposite, where I've used openly available models, but then the part of verification and making sure that we know where this information is coming from exactly is the relevant part, so that we can make sure that it's accurately representing realities. So yeah, I think it depends on the kind of use we are making of, and which is our raw material and our expected outcome, and both closed and open models could respond to that depending on the situation.
Yeah, the same. I totally agree with my colleagues. Also, in my proposal idea is more like a closed setting, because it can help the decision maker to redefine the territories of cross-border planning. But sure, we need to open the discussion where we are discussing about the community that live also in the area of cross-border and more complicated, as you know, because there is a border that divide two kind of national and two kind of culturally. So in this sense, AI could help us in this process.
Yeah. Yeah, I think especially in those cases where we also work together, it's interesting to see how it can overcome all of those barriers that we face when working with more traditional approaches, traditional statistical data and so on. But it would also be very interesting to see the perception of people living in, for example, a functional border area that we define as functional border area, if it is perceived in a similar manner. We are coming close to the end of our session, and we put a look back to the questions to the audience. And here we can see that About 2/3 really agree with, I guess, the common understanding around the table that it is introducing a paradigm shift or working towards a paradigm shift, opening up possibilities that would have not been possible before. But on the other hand, we also see that about 15% think that AI tools in practice will have little lasting impact on research and planning. And that would be, I think, a very interesting discussion to have as well. But we do need to continue with our plan and continue towards the closing of the session, as I mentioned. So as we come to the end of this session on AI for territorial futures, I would really like to thank the speakers, not just for sharing the methods and the insights, but also for these very critical reflections of your own work, of the opportunities and responsibilities that come with applying AI in territorial research and policy making. So what we have seen today is AI is not a neutral tool. It shapes what we see, how we prioritize, and in practice also to an extent who gets to be part of the planning conversation. And whether we're planning infrastructure, we're planning mapping border dynamics, we're looking at housing markets or all the other application possibilities, the power of AI really lies in how we choose to use it. And this ultimately should be to support better decision making and to strengthen our capacity to respond to really complex territorial challenges that we might struggle to understand otherwise. As these technologies evolve, our jobs as researchers and policymakers is not only to innovate, but also to ensure that this innovation is used in a transparent manner, that it is inclusive, and that it is grounded in the territorial realities. So thank you very much again to the speakers. Thank you very much to the audience. And we invite you to stay with us for the next session on rethinking functional territories and spatial frameworks that will start in about 15 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to this ESPON Territorial Research Conference on new research avenues for territorial development and cohesion in Europe. My name is Roland Gaugic, Senior Policy Analyst at the field of Territorial Analysis and Cohesion Policy at OIR, the Austrian Institute for Regional Studies. And like in the morning, I have the pleasure of guiding you through the afternoon session as your moderator. Today's event is about exploring new methods and approaches to support territorial development and cohesion. We have heard about the geographies of discontent and the roots of mistrust in Europe. We have also heard about new technology and data-driven methodologies. And now we want to move towards new ways of understanding and defining territories to support them in achieving territorial cohesion. In this format, we're bringing together researchers and policymakers to exchange knowledge, share experience, and find solutions that work. But we would also like to engage not only those who are here today, but also with you, our remote audience. We want to hear what you think and involve you in the conversation and answer your questions. During the session, you will be able to take part in polls and send your questions and comments on Slido, either by accessing via the QR code on screen right now, or by going to sli.do in your browser and entering the code ESPON. As we've seen in previous sessions, new research avenues are not only about methodological innovation or technological change. They also involve rethinking the fundamental principles that underpin our understanding of territories and territorial development. The way we define regions, target interventions, and understand the role of places in economic and social systems is subject to an ever-changing and evolving debate. Place-based approaches and new geographies are key issues in the current European discourse. And this session will take a fresh look at Europe's geography, focusing on how we can better understand the roles and definitions of territories in order to revitalize the economic foundations for regions, not only for growth, but also for cohesion. This means recognizing the changing spatial patterns of production, innovation, and investment. It also means developing frameworks that can be applied to very different types of territories. And with the already ongoing debates on the future of cohesion policy, this session asks in particular two questions. How can spatial planning and regional policy support competitiveness and cohesion while also strengthening territorial justice? And how do we go beyond administrative categories to design really place-based strategies that also reflect functional realities? We are very happy to have with us now three researchers that address the understanding of territories and place-based policymaking from very different perspectives. Our speakers will give us some insights in their work, drawing on research from Italy, Poland, the UK, and Romania. And together they will show how new spatial frameworks can support the crafting of more competitive, more cohesive, and more context-sensitive territorial policies. As our first speaker today, we welcome Adi Weidenfeld, an assistant professor at the University of Warsaw Center of Excellence in Social Sciences, where he currently leads two nationally funded research projects. His research focuses on regional knowledge networks, regional innovation ecosystems, and the role of human agency in regional development and the visitor economy. He has worked as a senior lecturer in the UK and completed a postdoctoral Marie Sklodowska-Curie fellowship in Finland. In his presentation today, he will introduce us to a very sophisticated approach to delineate functional areas in the knowledge economy. Our second speaker today will be Francesco Conti, an architect and PhD researcher at the University of Camerino. He specializes in territorial cohesion policies and investigates innovative spatial planning within Italy's strategy for the inner area, in particular for the Piceno region. He has been a visiting fellow at the Pact Laboratoire Grenoble, and his work aims to bridge architectural design, urban planning, and economic development to support the ecological digital transition in peripheral contexts. And today he will present an approach that makes use of economic base theory to better connect abstract policy objectives and localized realities for more place-based policymaking. And finally, as our third speaker, we welcome Petra Savic, a regional development expert and PhD researcher at Babeș-Bolyai University in Romania, with nearly 20 years of experience in cohesion policy design and implementation. Her work focuses on smart specialization, innovation-driven territorial development, and sub-regional disparities in less developed regions. She was also an external expert for the European Commission on risk-free strategies in lagging regions. And her PhD thesis focuses on smart specialization in less developed regions. Complementary to this, she analyzed the territorial distribution of smart specialization projects in Romania and their implications for spatial equity, which she will present to us today. Now, before we start the presentations, I would like to ask as a first question to our audience online. In your view, what is the biggest barrier to revitalizing regional economies in less developed or structurally vulnerable areas? Please go to Slido and provide us your answers. And let us now turn to exploring the new spatial frameworks that improve the understanding of territory in policy-making processes. So, Adi, your research challenges kind of the way we traditionally understand and delineate functional territories, which we very often do by making use of, for example, commuters. And you apply a more nuanced, more network-based approach to map interactions. How can this help policymakers in practice?
Well, you mentioned territorial justice. Let's do territorial justice for functional areas, actually. And in my case, it's economic regions, so knowledge economic regions. And if we can see the slide, my study looks at case studies from Poland and the UK, and it's about, first of all, the real scale of the phenomenon, the real scale of the functional regions, functional interactions, but that one is their meaningfulness. So I'm looking at both. So in this study, if you look on the left-hand side, at the moment we have, if I may say, quite outdated methods to delineate them based on functional urban regions. It means that based on commuting zones. So if we go to the same workplace, we commute, it seems like we engage in knowledge exchange. Is this the case? Maybe the guy or the girl staying somewhere away from us in a different region, they actually provide us or meaningful for knowledge, and we exchange knowledge more than with the people who commute with us. So if you look at the hand side, on the left-hand side, you can see how it is delineated today. And on the right-hand side, you can see what we came up, social network analysis, a questionnaire survey, a survey questionnaire actually measuring the real interaction, asking people with whom do you actually exchange knowledge. So this is the scale, looking at the real interaction and the scale. And what we found out, as you can see, that it's in the entire Northern Ireland, based on, these are the circles represent mainly local authorities, but are other organizations, NGOs, etc. Across Northern Ireland, but we also identified that they actually do it beyond that, in the UK, in Ireland, and so on. So we can see that it's going beyond the administrative boundaries of Northern Ireland. The real functional region is actually extends them. Now, if we go to the next slide, it's not only, as I say, it's not only the scale, it's also the meaningfulness. If we exchange knowledge, does it mean that it's really meaningful for innovation, what we really want? What I did here is actually looked at the quality of this interaction, meaningfulness, on the continuum. I'm not going to go down to the entire continuum because I don't have time, but what we define is networks, mechanisms in which we have actors interacting as networks, simple networks, communicate, but also those operating as a system, very effective in terms of, again, meaningful knowledge interactions. Now, one of the qualities that I looked at was coherence. And when I see coherence, that we are a part of working together as a part of a system, quite shared values, shared organizational culture, but also feedback loops. So what I did here is measured feedback loops. Feedback loops in a way, the knowledge I give to you and the knowledge you give me and vice versa. What I measured here is the differences or similarities between the knowledge that I value giving to you as meaningful and the same knowledge, if we're both regional actors, and the knowledge that you received, whether you thought it was also meaningful the same way as I do. And as you can see, these are the 3.72 on the right-hand side. You see yellow 372, 35. We found that in Northern Ireland, by the way, I forgot to say, this is the case study, 2 slides, a case study from Northern Ireland, Local Government Association, quite important, these mechanisms. So we can see that reciprocated knowledge was valued quite similarly. And also on the left-hand side, you see that the larger group observation was 0. So the differences between them, most of them said that the difference here, it means that again, the difference, the knowledge I provide you, I value the knowledge I provided for you, Francesco, in case he's a regional actor, is similar to the way you perceive it as meaningful to you. And that's why I can definitely say that these two, the actors, the knowledge, network knowledge of regions here is quite coherent. If we can also move to the next slide. No, next slide. Yeah. Now, as I said before, we want territorial justice. We want to make sure that we really reflect upon other dimensions, not only what we know now, which is about, again, commuting zones, but in a bit summary of what I've said before, want to real interactions. As you can see here, from an evolutionary perspective, we want to map each region across Europe, but regions differ. One size doesn't fit it all, right? So several regions, different regions can appear to be having different networks, working at different scales, at different stage of their evolution towards becoming a system, for being more coherent. If you can see, if you go to the scenario C, it means high levels of coherence, high levels also unifying function, and so on, and boundedness. So if you think about it here, we delineate the regions quite clearly because most of the interactions are tercentric petals, so quite going together here. And this is in a way the idea, the most effective mechanism. But others may be different, medium and low, and according to that we can understand the extent to which they work as effective knowledge exchange mechanism within these regions, and then deal with them as territorial governance. Yeah. Was there another slide? No, there was another slide. Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
This showed a very interesting and quite pan-European perspective. Can I follow up with one question directly? You mentioned cases from different countries. What role did these countries play? Did you pick them? Did they emerge from the network analysis, or did you pick them based on a preconditions?
We wanted to find out first. We had also a network of city regions and networks of regions, and we have another one case from Poland, from Silesia, Upper Silesia, where we have triple helix one. So one of the things we can look for, if we want to measure, for example, meaningfulness, also scale, it depends on the nature of interactions. Is it about tourism, for example? Is it about transport? Functional linkages doesn't have to be in the knowledge economy. I'm obviously looked at the knowledge economy. But if you think about it, there should be different emphasis. So another emphasis is the triple helix. To what extent different types of actors involved? This is also a measure of meaningfulness. Are they very heterogeneous, or the same ones collaborating with one another? This is quite significant.
I like this aspect very much, that we discuss not only about basically interaction is good by default, but really measuring also how good is interaction, how good are those specific links, and can we quantify that? That's I think a very interesting perspective that is not introduced in many other projects.
I should have emphasized it's about mixed method approach. The figures that we've seen, it was a survey questionnaire indeed, but also in-depth interviews. So in what we did both, and we found, of course, similar, also complementary findings, but both are important. So a mixed method approach, evolutionary approach, and measuring the real interaction. So far, we don't have that. It's so important in the knowledge economy.
Of course, yeah. Thanks a lot for this insight into your research. we are moving now from kind of a very overarching pan-European, maybe pan-European perspective towards something very, very concrete and very regional. So we move towards the Ascoli Piceno region in the Italian inner areas. And Francesco, you're going to introduce how the classic concept of economic base theory can be applied to support the targeted and context-sensitive policymaking here. Please.
Thank you, Roland. This is what I'm trying to do with my PhD thesis, of course, and I think to give a little bit context to our audience, since it may not be obvious, I will try to show them what actually inner areas are for start. The national strategy for inner area is an Italian cohesion policy that focus on left behind places. Its peculiarity is that left behindedness is defined by a specific geographic classification, that it's focused on the remoteness that the single municipality has from the main centers where there is a service delivery. And they define as inner areas all the municipalities that are too much far away from these centers of welfare delivery. And these municipalities have all in common several traits that we know they are very common in left behind place. They are in severe depopulation, they are in economic decline, and of course they are in deterioration of public services. And this policy has had very much of merits in introducing place-based approach and novelty in welfare delivery for these areas, and also new local development strategies. But in this latter aspect, I'm a little bit more critical as my PhD thesis progressed, since there has been a little bit of too much of an overfocus on the tourism and touristic sector. My PhD thesis is financed by the Piceno, as you said, the Piceno area we are currently studying. And for example, these areas spend 98% of their local development funding in the touristic sector, while ignoring other very crucial aspects of the economy that were, in my opinion, fundamental to them. And this may have been also related to the fact that the strategy itself has, as guidelines, pushed these 72 pilot areas they selected to work on their natural and cultural heritage to valorize it, but this has led to leaving behind some other aspects for local development. And this all led me to the search for a framework that can help these areas that are very tiny municipalities, a lack of qualification, to have a framework that can give them both an economic analysis and agnostic, but that can be applied to planning. And this is how I came across to economic-based theory, which I, as you were saying, I get more in depth with Professor Talandier in PACT in Grenoble, where we try to apply the economic-based theory on the inner areas context. The economic-based theory has an advantage that is both a regional economic framework and a planning method. It was its origin was actually in planning. In the 20th century, it was used by some US cities for their urban planning. This theory defines as base the activities that are income generating within a territory, and estimates a multiplier on how much these activities have an effect on the rest of the local economy. And in the 2000 it was renewed and by Davzis that proposed us a fourfold base, and this fourfold base is composed by productive base, residential and touristic base, public base and social base. And we, if we can go to the next slide, we see that we try to apply it in in the, as we'd say, in the inner areas context, and we did a calculation both for the boundary of the province, of the Ascoli Piceno province, and for the inner areas, trying to grasp the difference in the economy between these two areas. And some of the results we found out were quite expected, like, for example, the fact that public sector is very much lacking in these inner areas, but that's how the strategy is defined, so that, of course, we expected that. But other expected aspects were interested, and as we said, they were not very much focused by the municipality itself. Like, for example, the fact that productive base is still quite relevant also as commuter base, and also that the touristic sector, where they overly focused on, it's quite lacking as a base in the territory. And so this already is something we are reflecting with the municipalities on how they can build their new local development, taking into account these aspects. If we move, for example, to the next slide, we are trying to move closer to a planning scale, and we try to do like a projection, a downscaling of this calculation on the different municipalities. This was done based on some proxy indicator, and was done in order to get more operational, to get more into the mind where this part of the base is more concentrated, where this part of the base is more lacking. And I brought you some maps like to show you as an example. The first one is related to the productive base, and we see it's mainly concentrated in one specific spot. And this spot is the municipality of Comunanza, where there is a significant industrial plant for the tiny inner area that is in crisis, but still it's important for the regional economy. Meanwhile, the second one is related to the agriculture, and we see it's more concentrated on the mountainside and on the middle hill. And in particular, in the middle hill, we know there is like production of wine and fruits and some specialization. And these two aspects can be important insights for local development, with which the municipalities, in my opinion, should work on. Like going on, for example, if we look at commuter space in the next map, we see that the commuting, if we can change the slides, the commuting municipalities tend to form a crown around Ascoli Piceno. This is something that lots of people relating to the inner area research have highlighted, like how the single municipalities of these inner areas should work more in relationship with the main town they refer to have a better relationship, and to try to have a more integrated development. Like this polycentric way of thinking is fundamental for them, because they're very tiny, and if they don't think like in a network, in a more collaborative way, they will have difficulties to apply the things we were showing. And finally, the last map I'm going to show you is the tourism map. As we can see, it's not very widespread on the area. It's focused on some municipality. In particular, the darkest one is where a national park is. And we can say that this helped me a lot to deconstruct this little bit of touristic myth, and it's starting to give new suggestions for local development and new planning for the inner area. Right now, these things that I've shown you, they are currently on progress. I'm closing my PhD thesis that focus on basically on the things that I was showing you, but right now we are developing a paper where these local development strategies are properly applied in concrete to some, this analysis is applied in concrete for giving local development strategies, and also for the thesis we are developing a pilot project with the municipality that comprises this analysis to give them a better way of taking advantage of the green and digital transition framework.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting. May I also follow up with one question, namely, you talked a lot about the region and the interregional disparities. What role do external relations play? So with the neighboring, also peripheral regions?
External relations are, of course, fundamental in my opinion, and these have been also limitation of the strategy, like focusing on close realities. I think they should try to operate more, this is in general about the cohesion policy, should try more to have a closer contact between different areas or between left behind and not left behind, to try to do a more proper local development program and planning documents.
Perfect. I think we can go a little bit deeper maybe in that later in the discussion. Yeah, you showed, I think, very well that kind of the specific economic structure, the specific structure of a region, but also within a region plays a crucial role in how we should address the development potentials and not just work based on generic assumptions about that. Sub-regional differentiation, I think, is one of the main headlines I would give to Petra's presentation. So moving from the Italian now to the Romanian context and implementation practices of smart specialization strategies. You have focused quite a lot on sub-regional differentiation in their implementation. So how can they be better aligned with territorial realities?
Yes, actually I focused on this and on Romania less developed regions because as I was reading and analyzing the smart specialization strategies of Romania less developed regions, I could see that many policymakers highlighted that the disparities within the regions, so the intra-regional disparities, are growing. We are speaking here about the strategies, the smart specialization strategies that were prepared in the previous programming period. Smart specialization actually was introduced in the previous programming period, strongly connected to cohesion policy and actually as a conditionality for the use of the European Regional Development Fund for research and innovation investments, and still is a conditionality under cohesion policy. It was introduced in a period also in the context of the European Union strategy for 2020 with the innovation-driven growth objectives. But I also would like to highlight that when by the time the smart specialization strategies were actually operationalized in most of the European regions and countries, so by 2014, the sixth cohesion report was published, highlighting that the disparities between the European regions, but also between the cities within these regions have stopped shrinking. Smart specialization is actually the third generation of, represents the third generation of research and innovation strategies in the European Union, but it's very, very different as an approach from previous strategies. Because these are not only place-based strategies, but also the approach puts emphasis on the selection of a limited number of vertical specialization areas that should point towards new economic activities, however, without picking winners or the same winners as previous strategies did. And also another important element is that they rely on a wide stakeholder involvement, which is called the entrepreneurial discovery process. That is somehow similar to what Adi said, not similar, but I could describe it in a simplified manner with the same thing Adi said, like they are offering a space for meaningful knowledge exchange and recombination. So regarding smart specialization, the literature is very, very interesting because there are some scholars who argued from the beginning that it would be especially beneficial for less developed regions. But then another part of the literature and another part of scholars said that it will run counter cohesion policy objectives and will actually contribute to widening interregional disparities because it, as a research and innovation policy, it will favor core regions. So the more developed regions and the regions that are more urbanized. We also know from the literature that the success of the policy very much depends on the quality of the policy itself, of the strategy, but also the quality of the implementation process. Connecting somehow this intra and interregional disparities, I came across a very interesting conceptual framework, which is called the Double Bell conceptual framework, which says that actually the disparities between regions and within regions are very closely interconnected, and usually so polarization can occur also on regional level, but also within regions. And usually in the regions that have a more balanced settlement structure after a concentration of growth in the main urban areas, the growth opportunities can spread towards other areas in case the settlement structure is balanced, and otherwise policymakers need to strive for a more equitable distribution of funding. We can go to visual one, where you can, I should press something, where you can see the, actually the Romanian regions. There are 8 development regions in Romania. These are not administrative regions, just development regions. Only one region, the capital region, is developed. The rest are less developed regions. 2 regions, the center and South Muntenia, are somehow a bit different than all the others. Center is surrounded by the rest of less developed regions, while South Muntenia is surrounding the capital region. And as you can see from this map, these regions have a bit different settlement structure, while in most of the regions, except for these 2 last mentioned, Center and South Muntenia, we have first-tier urban settlements that are important at the regional level. In these 2 regions, we don't have first-tier urban settlements, but in the rest ones, there are urban settlements of regional importance, and also there is a better ratio of secondary and tertiary urban settlements in northwest, northeast, and southeast regions. These regions have developed late their smart specialization strategies by 2018, and the regions also received support from the European Commission, first Northwest and Northeast, that were more advanced in the implementation of their strategies. But then also the other regions. The regional smart specialization projects could be financed from the regional operational program, which has started with 3 types of operations. But then, due to this support projects financed by the European Commission, the program was amended, and 3 other types of operations were inserted. And I would like to highlight one, which was a call for projects generated at the entrepreneurial discovery process. That was opened first for Northwest and Northeast regions, but also the call was offered the possibility to get opened later for any other region. However, only Southeast region opted for this financing possibility. What I actually did to try to look at, I hope this is the good slide, to try to see if the entrepreneurial discovery and smart specialization can contribute to the reduction of the disparities within regions. I have compared the amounts attracted from other types of financing for research and innovation. And here, I think you can see the funds attracted from the Horizon program, which is an initiative of the European Union. This map actually shows that in the regions where there are first-tier urban settlements, the counties where these urban areas are have attracted most funds. These are also, based on the studies, more innovative counties. On the next slide, you can see the funds attracted from the competitiveness operational program, which was a national program, also financing research and innovation projects under its first priority axis, only in the domains that were financed, that were pertaining to the national smart specialization strategy. Here, in most of the regions, is the same pattern. The counties where the first-tier urban settlements are attract most funds. Exceptions are Center and South Montania regions, where in Center, instead of Brasov country, it is Sibiu county that attracted most amounts, and in South Montania, instead of Argeș, it's Prahova. These are second-tier settlements with second-tier urban settlements in these counties. Both the counties that have attracted Horizon funding, more Horizon funding, and funding from the national program are somehow in a similar place regarding the innovation performance on NUTS 3 level. And here you can see the fund distribution from the regional operational program for regional smart specialization projects. And the map for West and Southwest regions looks somehow the same, even if you can see lots of blanks, because there are lots of counties that did not manage to attract funds. However, what is interesting here is that there are like 2 regions where it's the same core counties that have attracted the funds, whereas in Northwest and Northeast regions, it is not the core counties that usually attract lots of funds from other types of programs that manage to implement more projects and attract more funds for their regional smart specialization projects. Also, this Northwest and Northeast regions, as I said, have a more balanced urban settlement structure, just like Southeast, where it is the core county that attracts most funds, but there is also another country that usually is not very successful in other types of financing that has attracted a lot. And then in the two regions center, we have a third county attracting most funds, and again, in South Montania, a rather balanced distribution, but still the same county that was successful in Horizon and in competitiveness program attracting the funds. So to conclude, it is I think that based on what these figures are showing, and also adding that actually Northwest and Northeast regions managed to attract almost 70% of all the available funds, we can say, linked to this Romanian smart specialization implementation process, that it's the experience in implementation, it does count, but also it is also the entrepreneurial discovery, and with that together, the flexibility to use a funding instrument dedicated to the projects that were generated at the entrepreneurial discovery process. And maybe to some extent, and this is my last sentence, maybe to some extent it is also about the balanced urban settlement structure in these regions, which might be a further argument for connecting somehow urban development policies and smart specialization policies.
Thank you very much for these insights, and quite interesting to see, even if we have national policies and national funding mechanisms, how limited, how only a very limited number of regions in the end sometimes can benefit from them. So I think together also with the other presentations, this showed very well this need to kind of rethink, redefine how we first of all see regions in some cases, functional or administrative, but also how we target them. We have policies. Which policies do we need for this support, but also where do we apply those policies? And when I look at the poll that we put to you, the audience, in the beginning, we see quite interestingly that actually you consider the biggest barrier to revitalizing regional economies is the lack of institutional capacity and the fragmented governance. So aspects that we would also have assumed to be relevant, like the outdated spatial frameworks, are actually very low. Only 8% of respondents saw this as one of the main barriers. I would like to invite you as the remote audience now to also answer our next question that we would put on Slido, and I will put it to the room as well. We concluded basically we need to better define where do we apply our policies, but how do we actually find out which are the regions that are most in need, and what are the right territories where we put our intervention?
It's not an easy question. Like, for example, if I can go, if it's not a problem. The methodology like that I've shown in my case can actually be useful to find out inside a certain boundaries which municipalities are suitable for build a certain type of project for a local development, and that is linked with the socio-economic framework of an area. So this has this benefit of that helps that to go inside a boundary to see. I don't know. This municipality is very industrial, so we should focus on more on industry, and this may help if well planned, because also I think we see it's a lack of planning. It's more responding to the single trend of the moment, so to the single topic of the cohesion policy. This, in my opinion, can help to find which solution are best for a certain place. But in my case, I think it's a little bit different because it's very granular, it's very tiny, it's very on planning level, while going on a bigger scale, I think there are other analyses that can help also.
Please, go ahead.
I'm saying, again, with this territorial justice. Let's do justice with our audience, with the stakeholders, the same as in smart specialization, where we empower them to come up with their priorities. Why not empowering them to use sophisticated but accessible and manageable tools for them? For example, those I presented, but doesn't have to be mine, could be others to be developed, and give them the power to decide on the functional areas which represent fit-for-purpose solutions. And I would suggest mixed method approach rather than sticking to these administrative regions, which can be a point of departure. But expand, interregional. Think about collaborating with stakeholders outside your region. Don't be so conservative and stick to them, but be open-minded. And I think this reflects what my other colleagues here said, in my opinion. But
how do you see this then in the context of something that was also discussed in the last session, kind of the governance and administration structures that sometimes have their specific processes and procedures?
I would relate it to this institutional capacity, because institutional capacity, formal and informal institutions. So I would say as far as I'm concerned, let's start with the informal ones, trying to change the heart of minds of whoever decides that functional urban areas, functional areas should stick to administrative boundaries, and then come up with new regulations allowing this flexibility which stakeholders need, whether it's about knowledge economy, whether about the economy, smart specialization, and we would create better territorial areas for governance. This is what I think.
Okay. Would you like to comment as well? You don't have to agree. No, please.
People can disagree.
Can link it with territorial governance. Actually, I think that the right territory or the right place for intervention, irregardless the level a policy is made for policymakers and those who maybe implement policies and also finance projects from European or other funds, is to find those places that need investments the most. So the places that are lagging behind, are disadvantaged, or have specific territorial challenges due to whatever reasons. And I think, yes, perhaps like new methods, new tools can support the identification of these territories, but also connected to my research, I think it is very, very important to involve stakeholders and collect the knowledge from stakeholders regarding the challenges, regarding their needs, but also regarding ways in which they propose to tackle those problems, and then somehow support them to develop projects and bring them to financing.
When we link this with something you said earlier, the kind of defaulting towards trends, isn't there then a risk that we fall into exactly this same trap? Because if stakeholders, they have their regional, their local knowledge, but they might fall into exactly this trap to use the usual one-size-fits-all. Tourism is the only thing that makes sense, and we follow this kind of approach. How do we avoid this trap? How do we go then to really place sensitive interventions instead of default options?
That's the €1 million question. Let's say like this. But no, we can say that already the audience quite a little bit. They at least they showed us the reason. No, the lack of institutional capacity. It's a thing that. It's a barrier to have, in my opinion, what I've seen as a researcher, it's a big barrier to have proper place-based development. For example, the inner area national strategy is a place-based policy, but this place-based approach has hiccups in being implemented inside these kind of very tiny municipalities that even with the cooperation of the national level, they they go into this very business as usual, very related to the trend we mentioned earlier, like tourism. So yes, one thing with, like, for example, that Adi was said before, like if they are given proper tools, that can for sure help in some way. In my opinion, they need like a standardized approach, something that is simple, something that can be used, like, because for example, if we are working with left behind places, like the deterioration of the demographic base, the fact that the stakeholders themselves are somehow somewhat lagging behind is already a barrier. So we can give them instruments. We focus on that as a researcher, of course, but we also have to focus on the fact that they need somehow something that can be used, that can be used by them in some way.
You know, Roland, you said, so if it's tourism, so only tourism, but I don't think this is the issue. They can have a functional area aimed at targeting, addressing tourism issues or whatever. The problem is that if we stay with administrative boundaries, then it's for administrative boundaries, that's it. So in order to make it fit for purpose, we need to be quite lenient flexible with the boundaries. But the other thing is also, we know that, you know, things change. Regions change, borders change, special phenomena change. So we need also tools which reflect this dynamic evolutionary perspective to allow, it's the same as integrated spatial planning, when stakeholders can use them also for the long term. So if something changed, they can even change to this one according to these policy scenarios they're likely to face in the future. So again, the power, the justice is with stakeholders. Yeah. And in reality, not only with the real reality, what's happening, not some theoretical, rigid things.
Yeah. Of course, I mean, being able to respond to change is one of the key points of any policy. We've heard before that one of the limitations of the planning systems is these kind of 5 or 10 year cycles that are very, very inflexible. Even if they would apply functional approaches in general, simply the process is something that makes it tricky. But you mentioned standardized approaches, simple approaches. Of course, like if a region identifies tourism as their main development potential, it makes absolute sense to follow this. But the idea is how to give them these tools that allow them to really identify these potentials and not just use it as the generic approach. So when you talk about standardized approaches, something easy to use, would you consider, you both work very rather local, so close to stakeholders, would you consider your approaches to fit these kind of criteria?
I can tell you about smart specialization, for example, and the entrepreneurial discovery. It is indeed sometimes really hard to do it, especially in lagging behind areas where there's a lack of capacities. But from a different angle, these processes, like this working with stakeholders, can also contribute to building capacities and capabilities. And at the end, you can have really good interactions with stakeholders and have win-win solutions. And somehow getting back to what was your initial question, whether one can avoid one-size-fits-all solutions as stakeholders might lead you to one-size-fits-all solutions. But from another perspective, policymakers could also tend to propose one-size-fits-all solutions. And I think it's in policy design, it's about finding the right balance. And of course, for policymakers, it's also about having the knowledge, having the capacity to kind of help stakeholders, and the stakeholders should help policymakers with their regional or place-based knowledge, more qualitative knowledge. So I think it's about having capacities, but also this is about balancing between top-down, bottom-up approaches and kind of finding the right weight for everything during policy making.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to respond as well? Yes.
Agree with Petra on what she says. This is a problem that we have to face, like more in general as researchers in the planning sphere, how our research can translate into practice, and this balance between top-down and bottom-up, between what are the capacities of the institution and what are our ambitions as researchers is something we should always take into account. It's not always simple to find the right balance, in my opinion. In my case, it's difficult, for example. But I basically agree with what Pedro just said.
Adi, you work a bit on a different level, but I would still put the same question to you as well.
At the moment, correct me if I'm wrong, at the moment we have the initiative of coming up with kind of looking outside the box. We just mentioned it. My study, which you saw the Northern Ireland case study. We have case studies in Poland and also global networks and so on. Researchers like myself, and I have engaged with stakeholders, probably not enough. And this is, still more basic research. We should have projects in which we should experiment these methods, our thinking, our theories, together with stakeholders, get a lot of feedback from them. I also mentioned feedback myself. Feedback, and come up with solutions. I think what I suggested is quite feasible for stakeholders, but possibly I'm wrong. I need to engage much more closely with them. And I think each one of us should do the same to come up with a solution, something new.
Perfect. I think that's anyways a good idea always to have this kind of exchange between the different fields, and what we discussed today, one of the key points is this kind of interconnection between research and policymaking. Before I will go to the next questions we've prepared, we also have some questions from the audience at home. One is more addressed towards you, Francesca, the question of what approaches are there for places facing severe depopulation and desertion of settlements, and are inner areas addressing those? Because obviously there are quite considerable challenges that might create new needs to act.
There are inner areas are of course addressing those, like the national strategy was born to specifically address those, and there are several approaches and like for example in the case of national strategy there have been 72 pilots area that defines different strategies. In case of the national strategy, for example, they focus very much on how to overcome the mobility barrier they had towards for the links with the main centers, how school can still work in the population area, in areas with the population, how healthcare can still work in these areas with the population, and they've come up with interesting strategies. And as I said, for local development, there have been more like monodimensionality within the tourism in some case, but others were trying to, like, how do you say, like to broaden their, like to find more links with these main centers to help them, if not regrow, to slow down this depopulation trend.
Yeah, that's unfortunately in many cases and in many parts of Europe is not to turn around, but at least to slow down the process is the only thing that can be done sometimes. Yeah. Thank you. Then I would put the second question, which is not addressed to any specific person of your side. What role can nature-based solutions play in innovation and activation of peripheral regions? So whoever feels.
Yeah, everybody's looking at me, but
maybe
I think
a little bit.
it's a bit tricky, the question, I think, and complicated, because nature-based solutions, I think nature-based solutions should actually be used in any type of region, considering the aim of nature-based solutions. So not only peripheral regions, but specifically linked to peripheral regions. Also, it depends on the context, the territorial context in that region, whether actually the development of nature-based solutions can be something based on the strength of that region or some sort of a potential to become a driving force in innovation. So not just basic policy, but a driving force in innovation based on certain results.
Okay.
So this is what I can answer to this question.
Of course, it's a bit tricky if it's not directly in the realm of the smart specialization strategies. Francesca would also follow up. Yes, please.
Since as an architect I've dealt with nature-based solutions, it's tricky because, of course, as Petra said, nature-based solutions is something we have to take into account, like in designing policies, but also in proper designing, for example, in the urban design sphere and architecture sphere. But one thing that usually peripheral regions, at least in inner areas, have is they have this. There is an abundance of nature. It's rather than nature-based solutions as they are intended for the cities, like how to bring nature inside the development process. I think it's more about like understanding how we can deal with this abundance of nature that we have as a resource in these peripheral and lagging behind places. This is my vision on that, like more about the management of this resource, like than the use of new solutions in this case.
We will also see in one of our next session or the next session a presentation that explores this kind of use of the natural resources and links to rural and urban rural-urban interconnections based on that. So I hope we can get also some more input on that side later on. Thank you very much. Then I would put another question that maybe for Adi is very close to your comments that you made before on the real understanding of functional regions and the issues that we might face when sticking too close to administrative boundaries. Because for practical reasons, traditional statistics, traditional planning, governance, and so on, this is very closely linked to administrative boundaries. In the case of statistics, this is also somewhat a necessity, of course. So we see that we, in some cases or in many cases, need to use them, but what are kind of the key risks that you would see when we rely too heavily on them? And how can functional approaches be, in practice, be a solution for that?
So the risk is quite clear. First of all, if we stick to administrative regions, not to the fit-for-purpose one, we might just lose some of the data. Solution, if the real functional area extends beyond the administrative regions, we should, and we only have the data from administrative regions, we should seek some collaboration, which is a positive thing, smart specialization outward approach, linked with interregional collaboration with different municipalities that you mentioned, and develop, like people, our audience said, this informal institutional capacity of being able to create mechanisms, even if not funded, even if not one, really something of like common interests, and collect this data. And these mechanisms and these forms of collaboration may create, even if not formal one, informal functional areas. And who knows, maybe later on we'll become, we start with informal regulations, we start with informalities, which very often develop and emerge into formal ones. So maybe it will be a bottom-up approach for a change. I can see here that the increased awareness of territorially differentiated impacts and needs. Yes, I think that actually fits into what I said. Different ones might have that.
Yeah, we just also got the results of our poll in from the audience, and we can see that the key question or the key aspect identified in how can we better define and support the right territories is kind of increase the awareness of these territorially differentiated impacts and needs. This fits very, very well in the one-size-fits-all, follow the trends discussion that we had before. But right up there at 40% of the respondents said that improved the statistical data collection and the resolution of territorial data is a key aspect regarding that as well. What is interesting is that Adi, you emphasized it, Petra, you emphasized it before as well, kind of stakeholder involvement and bottom-up approaches are key because we do not go top-down always in those cases, but the audience will really see that stronger emphasis on this participatory and qualitative approaches is maybe less relevant than the improved statistical systems, basically. How does this resonate with you?
It does resonate a lot because statistics are very, very important because they can give you the big overall picture. And it is sometimes difficult because on various territorial levels, for example, also on regional levels, so not STU level, but also on lower territorial levels, sometimes it is there is a lack of statistical data, which makes it very, very hard to learn more about the big context. Because I think, like what we see here from the answers received, but also maybe what I would like to say is that like these are pieces of information. So you do need statistical data. You do need the information gathered from stakeholders. These are pieces of a puzzle. But sometimes because things are becoming more and more difficult and complex, also policy making gets more and more complex. You also sometimes maybe different tools or new methods of data collection also as the one Adi presented today might be helpful in some cases. But there also needs to be a certain flexibility. So during the process at one point these pieces of the puzzle and the different data kind of at one point shows a way, a direction for policy making, I think.
Adi, I saw you wanted to respond at some point.
Yet. I'm still thinking about it. I'm still configuring what I should say.
Okay.
So give me a few moments. Yeah.
Okay, then we'll give you a few moments, Francesco. You have the floor.
I work with statistics, but it's not my main main specialization. But I don't know. It's This, like as Petra said, they are pieces of a puzzle. Like if we focus too much just on a statistical approach, we go one-dimensional in a way. If we focus too much like on stakeholder involvement and participatory process, we go too flat on the other way. Like it's always a matter of balance, in particular in this in left behind places. Anyway, statistical approach, in my opinion, is still very important because, as we said, there is somehow a lack of there can be a lack of stakeholder involvement, so it can help to bridge a bit. But yeah, it's always tricky, in my opinion. You have to always to find a balance. And
Did you find? Yes.
Look, the mixed method approach, same as I suggested, I think there is a kind of large disagreement between us, quite consensus that it's very recommended. So that's fine. From my experience, and I might be wrong, but my experience, administrative statistical data is very often limited because we, especially fit for purpose, we need different types of data for various phenomena at stake. So anyway, very often we need to generate, whether we hire consultants to do it or and so on. So anyway, this is the case. So if we anyway invest in not rely only this statistically limited data, so we can do it in a new framework of delineating our own. So in a way, it's not set in stone. Yeah, we can still use the administrative regional data, but supplement it with something that it's often the case anyway. I wasn't thinking about it until now, but actually I think this is a good point that emerges here. So it's not might not be such a big problem.
That's actually quite a good notion, I would say.
I think about it. Like I faced it in my research. We don't have data on this. We don't have that. Reality changes. Their data is only collected once in a few years, and we know how reality changes. Look at our time. Things change. Like we don't recognize the world from a few years ago, and sometimes it's actually changing month by month, right? So why it doesn't work for regions too? Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. I think that's a very good statement towards closing of our session, actually. So as we come to the end of this session, let me thank the three of you very much for this discussion.
Thank you very much.
What we've heard today is that revitalisation is not only about attracting investments, only about attracting growth, but it's really about redefining the frameworks through which we understand and then target the territories of Europe. We have seen that too often territorial policies are still shaped by outdated spatial categories and outdated assumptions, but the approaches you presented today offer us the tools or some tools to design development strategies that are more tailored, more functional, and then more just in the end. Key messages for me that stand out a little bit are that first of all, functional realities are often sharply differing from administrative boundaries, as we've heard, and we need a lot better tools to capture where this innovation and economic activity can actually grow. Then that territorial cohesion depends very much on precision, so knowing where to intervene, how to target investments, and whom to involve in the discussion is a key question. And finally, governance matters because we are in administrative systems as we are, and we must support them to have strong, inclusive, and multi-level cooperation systems. Otherwise, even the best designed methods and frameworks will fall short. So let's carry this understanding into our policy making, ensuring that every region, and not just the strongest region, has a role in shaping Europe's economic future. Thanks again to the three of you, and please stay with us for the final session of today, which will start in about 15 minutes, and we'll try to uncover the invisible disparities that we have in Europe today. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to this now fourth and final session of the ESPON Territorial Research Conference on new research avenues for territorial development and cohesion in Europe. My name is Roland Gaugic, Senior Policy Analyst in the field of Territorial Analysis and Cohesion Policy at OIR, the Austrian Institute for Regional Studies. I have the pleasure of now guiding you through this final session as your moderator. So today's event is about exploring new methods, new approaches, and innovative ideas to support territorial development and cohesion. In our final session today, we want to focus on the invisible in Europe, aspects of inequalities which remain hidden from traditional data collections and subsequently from traditional policymaking approaches. In our format, we're bringing together researchers and policymakers to exchange knowledge, share experience, and find solutions that work. And like in the previous sessions, we would also like to engage with you, our remote audience, during the session. We want to hear your thoughts and involve you in the conversation and answer your questions. During the session, you will be able to take part in polls and send your questions and comments on Slido, either by accessing via the QR code on screen right now or by going to sli.do in your browser and entering the code ESPON. So on to our session. Much of what shapes people's lives in Europe's territories, how they access services, how they use public space, or how they belong to a community, oftentimes remains invisible in conventional policymaking and planning. Traditional approaches we apply often rely on aggregated data, on fixed administrative boundaries, as we've heard in previous sessions, and on sectoral lenses that overlook the nuanced realities and inequalities. The methods we apply tend to favor what is easily measurable and what aligns with existing institutional templates, but they miss what is outside of those boundaries. Yet this invisibility of specific aspects is not random. Across the domains, whether social, ecological, or specific aspects like demographic development, we see common causes for it. Insufficiently disaggregated data, limited cross-sectoral integration, and planning cultures that oftentimes prioritize technical knowledge and technical approaches over individual experiences. As a result, key aspects of inequality remain often unaccounted for. And this not only distorts our understanding of territorial dynamics, but it also limits the effectiveness and potentially the democratic legitimization of our policy interventions. To address this, we need methods that do more than analyze. They must make structural imbalances visible, systemic dependencies tangible, and overlooked experiences legible to decision makers. In today's sessions, we explore precisely such methods, those that not only expose what has been overlooked, but also open up new ways of acting upon this territorial inequality. And our speakers will show us 3 examples of how such invisible things have been made visible in their research, building on real-world applications from case studies in Milan, Navarra, and the Mark region. As our first speaker today, we welcome Benedetta Brun. In her presentation today, she will introduce us to an innovative approach for participatory creation of indicators to enrich spatial data and support gender-sensitive policymaking.
Thank you. Yeah. Hi, everyone.
As our second speaker, we have Matteo Giacomelli, a planner and environmental scientist currently working at Politecnico di Milano. He holds a degree in environmental studies from Aalborg University and a PhD in sustainable urban planning from the University of Camerino. In his research, he explores the topics of landscape ecology and regional development, blending theoretical insights with practical applications. And today he will show us how the traditional focus of cohesion policies on socioeconomic indicators falls short to capture important ecological aspects, and proposes an innovative approach for integrating socio-ecological aspects into policy design.
Hi.
And finally, as our third speaker, we welcome Andrea Jellico, an applied economist and policy analyst specializing in institutional and political economy. He holds a PhD in applied economics from the University of Navarra and currently works at the Observatorio Territorial de Navarra, where he develops data-driven tools to analyze and evaluate public policies aligned with the EU's rural vision. He will present today a framework to address rural depopulation in policymaking, building on quantitative techniques, combining modeling with mapping approaches.
Yes. Thank you.
Now, before we start our presentation, as in the previous sessions, we would like to ask a question to you, our audience. So we would like to know which data-related barriers have you experienced when analyzing territorial disparities? Please go to Slido and provide your answers. Now on to our first speaker, Benedetta. Your work is somewhat, say, revolutionary in urban planning, and I can imagine there are quite some challenges in implementation. How do policymakers respond when you introduce them to these approaches and these non-traditional forms of data?
Yeah, well, of course, I'm part of a big research group, so I'm not working myself, luckily, and this kind of helps, of course. I'm working in tandem with other researchers, and the principal one is Carolina Pacchi, and we always address this issue together, so when I go and speak with policymakers, I'm not by myself. And we also recall knowledge that comes from a bigger group of studies and lecture, of course, and scholars, which is the one of gender planning, which is kind of new. It's from the 1970s, more or less, that's been going on. And the principal focus is, of our research at least, is on gender data gap. So if we think about urban planning, and we need to go back a bit in history, urban planning at the beginning of its, at its beginning, which we can trace back more or less at during the Industrial Revolution, was thought to be a theoretical science that was based on mathematical laws and strict analysis. So planners were seen as some sort of superheroes and super partes that knew all the problem and also all the solution that the city needed at the time. But what we know now is that basically they didn't know, they had just a strict point of view. And the thing they were representing were their way of looking at the world. So what they did perform was a marginal analysis of the context. And what we have now is some sort of the daughter and son of this way of thinking. So we still don't have, and we still do not collect gender disaggregated data. And there's a huge data gap, of course. If we think now, policies are instructed by data and not having an idea of how, minorities, gender minorities, but especially how impacts of the city are different for men and women doesn't really help when we design policies, especially in the urban context and in the urban sector. And I really like this graph because it kind of represents well how this gender data gap could impact in a different way men and women, especially if we think about issues like mobility or access to tenure or also climate resilience, which of course has different impact based on gender we belong to. And I want to focus for 1 second to the toilet problem, which is kind of fun because I believe that every women in the audience has experienced that somehow, that when you go into public spaces, toilet for women always have some sort of line. And that's because we still believe that we have to divide space in the same way for men and women. But that's not it. We have different needs and we have different way of using the space, and toilet is just a small representation of the issue, of course. So the absence of gender data gap in the policy making, it's real and it's tangible. So thank you. If we follow another problem about gender data gap and generally speak about gender policies is also the fact that space is not considered as an important element when we address social issues. So we believe space is something in the background that doesn't really impact how we behave and how we interact with others, while it's not the case. Space is the representation of the society, of power relations, and also on how we understand gender stereotypes. So we design space using our preconceived notion of society, and in that space in which we all belong and we all interact, basically we keep performing the same interaction between men and women and also between people. And of course, it doesn't help us evolve or try to dismantle this way of thinking and this way of interacting. And I really like the idea that Foucault and Leonie Sandercock brought into city planning, which is that the urban environment has privilege specific practices and specific way of what is considered important and what we need to study. And this recalls what we were speaking about just before, so the absence of gender data. So if we then think of the space in a different way, we could see how like the place-making process is actually derives from the people shaping the place, so how we design it and how we perform it, but also in this dynamic relationship, how like space shapes how we can act and interact between one another, so our identity. So it's really important, like the role that space has in the definition of ourselves as well. And I think that, like in this sense, to move beyond this reductive approach and how we understand the city and how we study the city, especially, it's really crucial to adopt an intersectional analysis. And intersectionality stresses the importance of looking at those that belong basically to the intersection of inequalities. So, for example, black women that suffer at the same time the like discrimination for being black or being women. And of course, which effects do they produce? So what we are trying to do right now in the city of Milan is an analysis that upholds this intersectional idea of looking at space and how like discrimination is geographically distributed along the city. We use some data that are available right now, but of course they are not complete and we cannot think that's enough. But that's what we have. So we, like on the top line, we start doing an analysis using the data that are available from the municipality of Milan. And we started looking at both where are the principal places where the majority of like care is needed, thinking also of that women uphold the majority of share, like the share of care work. So that's something that impacts their life quite often. Which are the nuclear family and how they are composed. So where, like for example, women with children live. But we also use some data coming from the Italian Institute of Statistics, which are a bit more detailed to see which level of education they hold, also like where they work, if they work, if they are Italians or not. So we try to make it a bit more complex, the overall like analysis of the space, to see in which area we see like convergence of elements that could, of course, create a more complex reality and uphold more barriers for those kind of women. And what we understood doing this research so far is that we don't have enough data to describe such a complex reality, so we definitely need more information about it, but also that we need new indicators. So we don't have enough indicators to describe this complex reality. We are developing new ones, but it's quite hard, of course, because we don't have the data, and data haven't been collected so far in this intersectional way. So, and this, of course, we are speaking about like gender difference between men and women. We have no information in Italy, at least, about gender minorities. So it's really hard. It's even harder if we think in that sense. And the last thing is that I wanted to stress is data are really important, but we cannot think to analyze reality just based on data. Of course, the body and the embodied experience upholds a crucial role in understanding urban planning and urban realities, especially if we think about that we, with our body, create communities and how, as we said before, these communities shape places. And I really like this image because we kind of move from technocratic imagination of how the city works and how planning works to then the more complex nuclear cell that's the population and how they move inside the space and how they perform the space and also how they shape this space. So embodiment and work with the population, it's crucial if we want to move forward and if we want to move beyond this oversimplification of the urban space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I can agree. I really like the last picture, and I also really liked the very plastic example, because it's an obvious everyday experience that all of us know, but maybe don't connect it immediately with this kind of space and distribution of space questions. So really interesting to see how this kind of lack of data, lack of awareness of a specific issue leads to actual injustice in practice.
Yeah.
So thanks for this presentation. We are moving now to another field where lack of data and awareness creates injustice in a sense, namely the ecological field. Matteo, you have analyzed kind of urban-rural interrelations and ecological flows, basically. What have you found are the most relevant differences when we apply a socio-ecologic perspective instead of a socio-economic perspective, which we very often do?
Thank you, Roland. Well, first, it's a pleasure to be here. My presentation or my research is strictly related to the issue of the future of rural territories. So the big question or issue that we raised since 50, 70 years of what is the destiny of areas which are far from urban poles or cities. Those areas that are called, we have been calling today inland areas. To answer this question, we have in Europe a very precious concept that is the one of territorial cohesion. Territorial cohesion is one of the pillars of European Union, and is kind of represents also the identity of the Union. It was conceptualized to, let's say, look at disparities between regions and within regions in order to support less advantaged territories. This concept is applied in several foundings. We have structural foundings such as cohesion policies, but also other. But very interesting, there was also an application in Italian context, which is called the National Strategy for Inland Areas. And this was developed during the Barca Ministry of Cohesion. It was 2014. And basically, they mapped the whole Italy following the municipal unit according to the distance from services. So from basic services considered important to leave a place. So we're talking about schools, we're talking about hospitals or train stations. And my question or my research is based on the question that what about looking at the territory from another perspective, from an ecological perspective, so looking at services that are supplied from nature to society. That's where start my theoretical framework, that is the framework of landscape as social ecological systems. This is something that is rising attention in research because it's a precious definition to read landscape as intersection or interrelationship between social and natural systems. So we see on one side the objective of this relation, so the objectivity of landscape, it is shaped by centuries of this relation. But on the other side, we look at also the perception of this. So we have a subjective lens on this interrelation. And well, what the graph is representing is also this complexity. It is that on one side is what it is, and on the other side is also what is perceived. And to read this connection, my research applies the tool of ecosystem services, which is also raising also in policy making because of this simplicity. So ecosystem services are just overall the benefits that society derive from nature. They include all this variety of cultural provisioning or regulating aspects that are vital for our society. Well, in my study design, I applied the topics of supply and demand of service. So on one side, I look at areas which are able to supply a service. On the other one, what is demanding, areas which are demanding for services. And this is, of course, done through indicators. I try to read this phenomenon through a specific feature connected to the municipal unit. And on one side, trying to cluster them through the ecosystem service bundling technique. So as you see, getting to a sort of new landscape unit, so a functional unit showing the characteristic of a place. And on the other side, through what is called budgeting. So what if we do supply minus demand in a place? And then we can see probably disparities in this service provision or service dynamics. So next, we see the application of this study, which is Le Marche region, as you mentioned before. And I believe it's an interesting case study because it's a Mediterranean region. It's on the Adriatic coast. And on one side, I just push forward. And on one side, you see the Adriatic side that is strongly anthropized, so more urbanized, and then a gradient going toward the inland, which there is strictly related to the Apennines, which are the oldest mountain chain in Italy. So applying this framework on the case study of Le Marche, you see down the result is showing a strong hotspot of supply related to the inland, while on the coast there is a strong demand. So already from this picture we see how there is an imbalance on these services, right? There is an area which is clearly benefiting from this, and an area which is providing these services then. Then here we see the results of the bundling exercise, which is shaping clearly certain landscape unit, what I called. So going from the coast, so this urban coastal bundle, toward the inland where you have this forested bundle, which is then you see on the graphs in the bottom, which is mostly delivering cultural and regulating services. This interdependency can be seen when doing the budgeting exercise. So going directly to read, for example, in regulating services, what are the areas that are mostly providing and what are the areas mostly benefiting from them. And we see a clear gradient going from the urban coast to the inland, with the urban being in a negative budget for both regulating, providing, and cultural service, and the inland being having a surplus. So this what can tell us in terms of policy. So first of all, we have to recognize this clear imbalance that we have, and in this sense, recognizing urban poles for what they receive, so that somehow the development that cities had in the last centuries or years was also allowed thanks to these benefits that they received from the rest of the territories. And on the other side, we should be able to support inland for this support that they give to the whole society. And this must be done including the social systems that characterize this area. Also because of the concept of co-production, which means that ecosystem services are not simply derived from nature, but there is always a gradient of work from people to supply it. So that's what we bring home from this study, that cohesion policies can include ecological aspect and can tackle the complexity of this system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting, especially again the last slide and the balances basically that make really like visual and tangible what these gradients represent, and how this, if we call it injustice, but it's simply something that might require balancing, better balancing, to have rural areas benefit fairly in comparison to others. Thanks for that. With our next presentation, we are going to stay basically in rural areas and focus on a specific aspect that was also raised in previous sessions today, namely depopulation as one of the key challenges for them. And a challenge that requires a response. In the previous session, we've also heard it's not about turning everything around, but it's sometimes simply about reducing the negative effects. So, Andrea, you are presenting a model that spans basically all phases of policy making, from diagnostics to planning, monitoring, and ultimately evaluation to address those challenges. Please.
That's right. Thank you, Roland. So basically, the work I'm introducing today, it is a combination of territorial analysis and policy design and implementation in a framework to try to counter rural depopulation in the case of Navarra. There have been, of course, multiple challenges in its development, so I will try to reduce them today. But let me just mention that the project is carried out as part of the official political strategy to counter depopulation in Navarra, led by the government of Navarra. And in that context, my department is contributing to the technical and analytical guidance. So to give some context about depopulation, we know that rural depopulation is not just a demographic issue. It is very cross-cutting, transversal, and can entail multiple dimensions. And in that sense, we can relate to what Matteo has mentioned about complexity of this type of territorial cohesion problems. And in Europe, it poses, of course, a lot of structural challenges that we observe in our daily lives. But luckily, this is being increasingly addressed at different institutional levels. So, for instance, at the European Union level, we have initiatives like the EU's long-term vision for rural areas. We have, at the national level, at least in Spain, the government is currently working on developing a new political strategy to counter depopulation. And at the regional level, where we are working at, in 2023, the government of Navarra approved a dedicated strategy to counter this growing concern, with the expression of a clear political commitment to act in that direction. So, might have the clicker. So, in order to give you, In order to give you context about Navarra, Navarra is a quite small region in the north of Spain, which is characterized by a terraneous mountain, a handful of urban centers, and then a mosaic of small population settlements dispersed across the territory. And despite being one of the richest areas of Spain by GDP per capita and having an overall increasing demography, it is experiencing really strong rural to urban polarization, with urban centers that are growing and rural areas which are being increasingly abandoned. So the strategy, so basically the government decides to take action in this respect and develops this strategy that was meant to be a participatory process involving different actors, from local stakeholders such as institutions, residents, municipalities, and the regional public administration, including even some research institutions. And the main goal is to create the economic, social, territorial conditions in order to try to maintain the population, improving quality of life of residents, or even to attract new population to the most vulnerable areas. So the strategy does a really good job because it recognizes the importance of understanding the territory. So it starts with a phase of territorial analysis where where a preliminary step was to try to map the municipality's vulnerability to rural depopulation based on demographic indicators, and this is what you're seeing in the visualization. So based on that map, we can already understand that there are some problems related to remoteness, to accessibility. And I think that the most important added value of the strategy is that it recognizes the cross-cutting nature of depopulation. It doesn't stick just to the demographic aspect of it, but it calls for an analytical approach that goes beyond demography, and in particular identifies 4 areas of intervention. So of course, demographic one, then the economic, the social relationships, so community, and the services on the territory. So in order to take action in these 4 areas, it defines a 2-level governance framework where on top we have the regional government and public administration, and at the bottom there is a set of local stakeholders. Now, the idea is to have in between these 2 actors a evidence-based platform for strategic policy design and implementation, which will aid in the creation of informative loops, so which will aid the exchange of insights, place-based insights between these 2 actors in order to better tailor the actions to take on the territory. So this is where our work comes in, and this is what we have been working on. So on the development of these 4 phases, which go from diagnostic to planning, monitoring, and evaluation. The diagnostic, so this first phase, it is about developing basically a data-based diagnostic platform. So in order to identify the main vulnerabilities of each municipality, of each territory. And how do we do that? We take inspiration from the literature on quality of life indicators, and we try to integrate traditional statistics by using new technologies such as remote sensing, such as spatial data analysis and big data analytics, in order to collect a wide variety of indicators, which eventually are aggregated and combined to obtain synthetic indicators, which will allow to proxy the exposure of each territory to this problem. So basically we have 4 synthetic indicators, one for each of the dimension addressed by the political strategy, so the economy, demography, services, and social relationships, and a composite indicator that tries to summarize overall vulnerability. Just by looking at these maps that I'm showing, you can observe some emerging patterns, without going into the technical details, but we can observe a strong urban versus rural demographic divide. We can observe a north versus south economic cleavage. We can observe problems of services accessibility. But what is probably most important is that we observe a wide heterogeneity across even neighboring small territories, meaning that each territory is facing some specific vulnerabilities and necessities which call for a really granular and fine-tuned action in terms of policy implementation. Now, the idea is that we bring the insights from the diagnostic into the phase of planning in order to turn basically diagnosis into action. The idea is that these insights can help the policymaker to better design policymaker specifically for each one of those territory, being those fiscal incentives, being those the implementation of specific programs on the territory. Then in the 3rd phase, where we have the monitoring, the idea is to give the policymaker basically a sort of dashboard, a checklist of all the actions which are necessary in order for a successful implementation of the overall policy that has been planned. And finally, the evaluation, which personally I believe it is probably the most important phase, because it's related to political trust and to accountability, legitimacy of the policies which are being implemented. Here the idea is to use the data that we have collected, the insights that we have obtained, in order to check whether the policies implemented are actually and effectively improving quality of life of individuals. Are they actually trying to stabilize or reverse depopulation? And of course, that involves using quantitative methods, qualitative methods, comparative benchmarkings. So overall, in order to conclude, I would say that this 4 phases approach
of course, has many challenges and limitations. Availability of data at very granular level and disaggregated data is one of the challenges that also the others have mentioned. Methodologies, they are never neutral, so use of different methodologies can imply different conclusions, so we have to be really transparent and careful with that. And finally, evaluation capacity, of course, requires technical skills, but also requires a sort of institutional culture where accountability and transparency are seen as an opportunity for better policymaking and not just as a threat to the policymaker. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for this. I like quite a lot how we even link across the different sections that we had today. The inner areas are addressed in several cases. The big data approaches are relevant to the very different sectoral topics as well. So that shows really how integrated we have to understand those things. All of your presentations showed very clearly that you have an interest in a specific topic, and you try whatever is possible to depict the realities that we have here by using proxy indicators, by calculating synthetic indicators, and so on and so on. And this shows that whatever is the kind of the region, whatever is the thematic context, inequalities are real and they are a challenge, and if we do not address them, we miss kind of a very crucial aspect of reality. But to address them, we need to see them, and we don't have the full picture yet, I would say. This also resonates very well with the results of our poll from the audience, which has identified as the key barrier for analyzing territorial disparities the lack of high-resolution data, and as a second main point, the kind of limited understanding of data by policymakers or other local actors. Linked to that, I would like to know, we have a lack of high-resolution data. We on this table fully agree on that, but apparently it's not as obvious to other people always. So how can we kind of improve the understanding that there are those hidden realities and hidden inequalities? And maybe also outside of your research, what do you consider are kind of the inequalities that we are most likely to miss with those existing spatial data and spatial frameworks that we have?
I can start.
Please.
So I think that what we are missing now, or at least what we risk to miss, is what probably Kimberly Crenshaw would say, like people that live at the intersection of inequalities. So the one that we were speaking about before, which is either for gender issues or for other issues, could be ethnicity or class, or also like physical abilities. So like we have so many inequalities that's kind of hard to tell. So like we risk to miss those that are already at the margin, so that we are not considering in our current policies. But if we think on a broader sense, before we were speaking about cross-cutting issues and like the agenda of SDGs. So like in that case, if we look at like SDGs specifically related to, of course, like gender issues, we have an SDGs, which is the number 5, but we don't have gender disaggregated data or gender related data at all in any other SDGs. So if we look at SDGs number 11, which is the one about urban development, we don't know how like the indexes that we are measuring right now are impacting in a different way men and women, which is kind of a problem. And we are just speaking about men and women. Again, we are not considering gender minorities, which is a problem per se. Mm-hmm. But we are doing like the bare minimum, let's say. And also, in that case, we are failing to report what's happening in our cities, and we cannot imagine a development, a sustainable development, that doesn't consider all the population that lives in contemporary cities.
Mm-hmm. So we kind of miss this cross-cutting aspects. You talk about gender from one perspective, but I guess it's also for all other aspects that cross-cutting elements are what are missing the most, probably.
Yeah, I believe that it's also Related to the reductionist approach that indicator or let's say territorial action has, that tend to reduce the complexity of an issue on a single sector, on a single issue. For example, when we work with territories or local systems, I think it's very important to be able to include the cultural aspects of what you work with, because when we talk about transformative process or big challenges that we have to fight as Europe or as in a global approach, it's very important to see them as cultural process, so that it's if we take, for example, climate change or other issues, I think it's not about finding the norm, but really being able to support a process that make people understand what is the reason and why we have to go in that direction.
That's true. Would you also like to?
Both of you have mentioned the importance of complexity when it comes to having like some of these territorial inequalities not clearly captured. So beyond the complexity itself, I think that also part of the challenge lies in what are the instruments that we are using to capture those inequalities. And what I mean here, it is very much related to how we collect, structure, and interpret data. So if we think about spatial data frameworks, spatial data, they are very closely tied to the definition of administrative boundaries. And of course, this makes data easier to manage, but on the other side, it can lead to a partial representation of realities, because those inequalities occurring within those administrative units might be just invisible, as you said, Roland. So just to give an example, in our context, Navarra, many municipalities are composed by multiple very small and very dispersed population centers. But of course, if we work at the municipal level, all that heterogeneity is going to be missed by municipal averages. So and another important element is also related to the time structure of data. Data often come with significant delay, or they might be even static. So it is really important to try to improve on these technical aspects related to how we carry on our analysis. And finally, something that also Matteo mentioned is related to the importance of qualitative insights. Many of the issues that we face in territorial cohesion are related to social issues, and that is about individuals' perception, individuals' beliefs, which are aspects that are really difficult to be captured by traditional indicators. So we should not forget the importance of on-the-field work, talking to people with surveys and focus groups and work of the kind.
Yeah, I think that's something we also addressed in a discussion before. Kind of we rely, or we think it's very reliable when we have very technical results, but sometimes that's not the full picture, and the experience on the ground knowledge maybe is more valuable, or it brings at least an additional perspective to the quantitative insights that we have. You have mentioned that kind of administrative boundaries, and we lack kind of information about inner regional disparities. Then of course there are some aspects which we might probably not be able to overcome, simply because statistical systems are set up in a way that they collect up until the municipality or up until the region, but not further than that. But on the other hand, we also have, for example, economic data, labor market data that is disaggregated down to grid cells of 100 meters. So sometimes we do put the effort in to go very much beyond administrative boundaries, very much into detail. I sense a little bit from your presentations as well that there seems to be kind of a lack of interest sometimes to go that far. And I'm wondering what's the reason for this? Why is there little interest in making these aspects visible?
That's like a complex question. I don't think like it's something that's premeditated, so we cannot define one unique problem or reason behind this behind this issue. It's more what you were saying, Matteo, like it's more a cultural thing. So we are studying what we think is important, what we think is relevant for our development. I think it could be applied for all the three topics that we've been discussing today. So we are not challenging the word. We are keep like the same framework that we've been using so far. So the data we collect represent this idea of looking at the word, and of course, we can read this same issue when we think about algorithms. So if we feed the algorithm with this biased data, the result we will have from them will be biased as well, because we are keep like repeating the same stereotypes that we have in our mind. So we are not trying to describe a different reality. We just stick to what we know, and I think that a problem like that we can just overcome by start questioning the world we live in, and like deconstruct our preconceived notion of how we should be in the world and how we should behave.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, this is true. If I can add, I think what you can see, it's also a spatial dimension in this interest that you have, because at the beginning I mentioned the rise of the urban areas comparing to the rest of the territories, right? Especially. Well, in many countries in Europe, I think we used to have these important communes and small centers spread throughout the territory. But this tendency of this demographic tendency of the population toward the cities is bringing also restructuring the political context, in the sense that today the political power is very much related to urban centers, and for this reason I think there might be also, it's maybe not an interest, but a tendency to look at data and to look for data from an urban perspective. That's why in this sense that the way you look for data then is shaping what are the results.
But why do we start with this? What's the?
Because the fact that we often talk about the power of data. I think also behind data, behind the choice to look for that indicator, I think there is a decision somehow. So. Yeah, and this decision might be related to non-technical issues, I would say.
Right. So, well, personally, I don't believe that there is little interest in keeping some territorial inequalities invisible. I think that might be due to a combination of both methodological and institutional reasons. So on one side we have methods and data availability that might not be 100% adapt to capture the degree of complexity that we observe on the territory, and on the other side we have institutions which by definition might follow the path of least resistance, so to call it, meaning that the policymakers sometimes might fall back on the easiest solution because it is the easiest one to fit within a political cycle. It is the easiest one to fund or to explain to the electorate. However, if you think about these two tendencies, they might be mutually and self-reinforcing, leading to a sort of policy blind spot where some of these inequalities remain invisible. So, for instance, if the rural necessities are not well captured in the data because of our limitations, in turn they will not appear in the analysis that we provide policymaker, and in turn it will be much more difficult for the policymaker to prioritize this type of interventions. And as you were saying, that can reinforce this tendency that we observe in the political debate, where main populations at the reserve receive most attention, and their necessities receive more attention.
Yeah. If I can add just
Please.
one other thing, is also that we cannot think of policies as one size fits all kind of policies, so they're kind of doomed to fail, of course, because we do not recognize the specificity of each territory, but also of the problems they are facing. So it's really relevant, and we can see that a lot in gender policies, which are quite broad in a sense, so they are trying to address an issue without really questioning it and keeping always the same structure of the problem. So it's also how we frame the problems we are addressing. I think that's quite relevant in the discussion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. It's quite a... well, I always have the quote of a friend of mine who's a statistician in my head, who, when I asked him for my specific topic on cross-border dynamics, why don't you collect data? And his answer was, as soon as someone tells me to do it, I do it, but I'm an institution and I do what I'm told, not what I want. So there is a need to realize there is this issue, and we could overcome it with data. I think that's one of the key points. Thank you very much. I would put your attention towards the questions we have received from the audience, and I would maybe start with the first one. I think is quite clearly addressed to you. So are there any best practice examples that have established an interdisciplinary feminist approach to urban spatial planning, if you're aware?
Yeah, sure. Well, there are several. As I said before, it's a topic that's been going on since the 70s, more or less. So nowadays we have some projects that have been developed. I think Europe, in that sense, is one of the most relevant place to be, because we have been, every country has been developing a specific strategy. We have the gender mainstreaming approach since 1996, which is one of the principal policies that address gender issues. So this policy has been implemented in each country. And the most relevant one, I think we can mention two. One is Austria, that has developed a specific plan for their city on how to introduce gender topics, and they've developed specific neighborhoods keeping in mind these elements. But my personal favorite one is Barcelona, so Spain. Spain has a really strict gender policies framework. They have implemented during the years several elements, and Barcelona especially has developed a new project, which is from 2015, which is the one of Superillas, thanks to Ada Colau, which was the previous mayor of the city. And they're developing these new spaces for citizens, where they basically removed all the cars and all the accessibility issues they had, and developed new neighborhood for the neighbors. So they also work in tandem with the population, which is of course crucial, as we said several times today, so to involve population in both the itinere, ex ante and ex post analysis of the project. So I think this could be two relevant examples.
Thank you very much. I hope we answered satisfactory then the question. Then I would like to move to the second one, and I think it's again what very much addressed to you, and maybe also to your approach, that the question is, the presentations rely heavily on indicator combinations, but can these be used at higher levels than local ones?
Yeah. Well, sure. The answer for me is, of course, that is probably something technically even easier to do. Usually our problem is to go more granular rather than going at a higher level of aggregation. I believe that what is important is that these different levels of observation that we have with data are used as complementary. So it is important, of course, to have very granular approaches, but we should never forget the whole picture, which can be given by higher level of data aggregation.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I agree. I think at least like in my case, this is kind of a methodology and indexes that could be used also on a broader scale. And as in the case of Milan, of course, and I think in general, cities are not some sort of island that float around without anything around it. But of course, they heavily like rely on what's on the suburbs, on other small cities around. So there's kind of a huge interrelation between different spaces. So it would be, I think, super important doing what Andrea was mentioning before. So to see like which are the relationships that exist between places.
Okay, so that's one way until statisticians provide us what we need to address it in the meantime. And Matteo, you want to add something to the last point, or?
Yeah, I mean, in respect to my research, probably. I think in that case, it has to do with scalability also of the method, in the sense that even though the framework I use, it's a complex framework in the sense that you look at landscape and all the interaction that this brings. My methods are simplifying in the sense that I'm using a tool which is a common tool now, the one of ecosystem services, in many even land use plans, biodiversity conservation practices, and so on. So I think it's already embedded in many contexts. So it's just about deciding to make this bridge and use it also in contexts where normally nature is not taken into account.
You mentioned scalability, and that's I think quite an important point that I also wanted to ask for your approaches. You have presented cases, basically. All of you have presented something that is linked to a specific territory that is maybe currently more in a case study phase, I would say, which is of course a very important starting point. But how can we then make sure and really support that these kind of methods, these kind of approaches are taken up outside of those cases as well?
Yeah. I think it's something like that at least urban planners wonder every day. I believe that the only answer to this question is literacy. So if you want to have an impact on the production of space and the development of new typology of space, is to create knowledge, not only for yourself, but for policymakers and for people that work in institutions, so that they can like adopt your point of view and also understanding like what you've been doing so far. And if you produce knowledge and share the knowledge with people that make decisions, I think that's the only way also, because I think every topic that we've discussed so far they're heavily relating on political will and political decisions. So it would be crucial to have people that actually work beside like the political will of the time, and so to keep seeing a long-lasting change. And if I can add small things on gender topics, I think it would be crucial also to start like teaching to young folks and young children about this topic from an early age, so that it would be much easier to frame these issues as important issues and not only topics that are concerning women, although women represent 50% of the population, but as relevant ones that actually like involve everyone and not just women.
Right, like this question that you posed about scalability, I think is fundamental, because we don't want these instruments, this innovation, just to stay as pilots in academic settings. We want this to be implemented and to have an impact. So what I was reflecting on is that on one side there is a growing demand for territorial and place-based policies, which are based on evidence, on data. And in this context we have technologies such as GIS, remote sensing, big data analytics, what I mentioned today, which I wouldn't say they are experimental anymore. They are quite mature from a technological point of view, so they could represent a big opportunity for better fine-tuning policies to the territory. However, and it is key, despite this maturity, oftentimes we, when it comes to implementation, we find that there is resistance to their implementation in policy settings. And this could be due because they are perceived as too technical, a bit like obscure, so they are not understood. And when you combine this resistance with also fragmentation of approaches that can coexist, at local implementation level, there is therefore a strong obstacle to scalability. So what I think it's crucial to move beyond pilots. It is to work on one side, standardization, so with the involvement of statistical authorities, public institutions, in order to align methodologies. And on the other side, also work on participation, so involving local stakeholders, citizens, like in the design phases of these instruments, because that, of course, is going to have an impact on the legitimacy that these tools have to the public and the accountability that they give to the policies which are derived from their implementation.
I think, yeah, this accountability is also a thread that goes throughout the day, not only from methodological perspective, but also kind of for topics that sometimes are perceived as new. Of course, they are not new, but they are perceived as new by many people. I think I liked very much what you said several minutes ago about it's a young topic. It's only been around since the 70s. That really underlines, like, especially as we talk about urban planning, these are very, very, very long-lasting structures. These are designing space, designing buildings, whatever. This is something that lasts for centuries sometimes. And when we look at urban centers today, they are built in 1500 something, and they still shape how we move and how we live there. Yeah. So this kind of very long-lasting impacts that we have when making our decisions, I think, is quite a crucial point that might also relate to this kind of resistance. Sometimes that institutions have their ways how they operate, and they have their legal obligations, of course. Do you see kind of some critical points that we need beyond education, for example, to really get these methods into institutional decision making on a daily basis and get it mainstreamed within institutional decision making?
Do you want to start?
Well, so you have mentioned before literacy within the public sector, and I agree that is a fundamental precondition in order to put these innovative methods into real practice. I think I would like to stress that this literacy should be understood as in a broad sense. Of course, we need technical literacy, so we need public administration to be capable of understanding and even using these instruments, but perhaps it could be as equally important also a kind of institutional and political literacy. You have mentioned before it is a matter of political will in order to accept and welcome the insights coming from these methods, from these innovative tools. And so I go back to the importance of a culture of transparent policymaking, where evaluation, where accountability are seen as trends and not as threats, because this is at the end of the day an argument very, very close, very related to political trust, not just within institutions, but between institutions and citizens. Eventually, these instruments that we design are used to take decisions on the territory and are used to impact people's life. So if they are seen as something imposed from above. Of course, they will not be understood and they will not be accepted. But instead, if we can openly discuss them as we are doing today, like we are giving them some visibility and we try to explain them to people probably that can have an impact on how accepted and how welcome they are when it comes to implementation.
Yeah. Maybe I can catch on what you said about political trust and also, I would say, an active role of the people that are not just getting the results of a process, but kind of should be designed as an active component. Because we talked a lot today about indicators, so in the sense that maybe we gave a feeling of something that has to be read, but I think it's very important to have this, to allow this idea of active participation, and also the idea that the support, I mean, in the case of this relationship with territories, the support should not be just a welfarist approach that you just help a territory which is less developed, but it should be like a support. This is what I pushed with my research. It's a support for something that it's actively done in this place. So you recognize this and you try to, if you have public funding, you do it because you recognize this value.
Yeah, I think that another important thing that you both mentioned is the involvement of the public. So, of course, we can decide and think of all the indicators we want and like trying to change the political will and create literacy. But as you were mentioning, like involving people in the action and changing urban planning, but in general speaking, it's crucial because if you change, and I've seen several times in the practice, if you change spaces thinking that's what population need, but you don't involve them in both the realization of the process but also the maintenance of it, it will just like be abandoned after 1 or 2 months. Mm-hmm. So it's really crucial to have people involved in the process, which is either the design phase or like the development phase or the maintenance one. So.
Yeah, I think that's a topic that also came out through several answers, and we also have, as comments from the audience, kind of something supporting these notions. So, as a comment more than a question, institutions need strong support from leaders and a clear commitment to change, and staff has to be trained how to use new tools, how to understand data. Plus, again, underlining this intersectionality, so different experts from different fields need to work together to understand, because relates back to your point about the SDGs, we cannot think inequalities as in silo, here is someone that is disadvantaged and here is someone else, but it's overlapping, it's a cross-cutting issue. I would like maybe to one last time come back to data and indicators, as there is a question on it on screen. The question is, this morning we discussed trust in research and institutions, and is there a risk of compromised anonymity or stigmatization with such detailed data that you ask for? Obviously, as it relates to very sensitive parts of people's personalities as well in many cases.
Maybe I can relate on that, bring in an example. Of course, that is one of the challenges that we have when we work with granular data, especially in very small realities. And that is something I have been working on with my colleagues. And for instance, we have some towns actually villages in Navarra, which they have like 30, 40 residents with an average age of 65, 70 years old. And of course, if you make publish some sensitive data like income data or other types of sensitive data in these small realities, that of course creates a conflict between the necessity of collecting really granular data and also the necessity to preserve and protect individuals' privacy and private information.
Do you see it as an issue in particular when it comes to kind of very personal questions as well, of course?
Yeah, absolutely, especially if we think about gender-related issues and discrimination. So, of course, it could be really like produce several other like forms of discrimination. But I think like it's also depends also on how we pose the questions to the data. So to avoid like stigmatization, we could try to see and analyze the data in a different way that avoids that. Like, of course, it's something that we need to keep in mind. And I think also that another important point that was raised today was that data do not describe completely the reality. So of course, they could be as much defined as we want, so as much specific as we want, but they would never be able to describe completely reality. There will be always some shade of like our daily perception and everyday life that would be missing from those data. So like if we depend only on data, we are circling back to some sort of like mathematical understanding of the world, which is what we want to move forward.
Get away from.
Yeah.
Very, very, very good point. Thank you. As we are coming close to the end of our session, I'm not going to ask you for a solution, but rather just propose that we keep that especially in mind, that this kind of data is very sensitive. Sometimes we need to work with it because it helps decision making, but it can, depending on how it is read, depending on how it is understood or published, can be seen as something positive, like for example, helping regions that are facing depopulation, or it can be understood as something critical. If you mention depopulation in small villages, then there is a fear of closing down, and so kind of the message we transmit is very relevant. So with this, I would like to come to an end of our session. Thank you very much to all of you for those reflections and the discussions that you have given. What today's presentations have shown us is that making inequality visible is not just a matter of better data or sharper tools. It's also about kind of rethinking what do we value, who do we listen to, and how do we understand these connections and dependencies that structure our territories. The methods we've seen from your side and also from the other researchers push us to look a little bit beyond what is easy to measure and focus really on what is essential to understand as a guiding principle. And we discussed it, and this reminds us that visibility is something political. What remains unseen in planning is also what remains unaddressed. And by making this kind of invisible visible, we might add a little bit of complexity, but we are in the end creating the conditions for more just and more informed and more place-sensitive policy making. And with this, it's up to me to close this session and this conference, but I hope the conversation on the very important topics continues. Thanks to all the speakers here, thanks to all the speakers today, and also thanks to the audience for your engagement in this session and throughout the day. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.